Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. Happy Friday. Hope everyone has their popcorn ready because we got a Fed watch party today, the Jackson Hole Symposium, and Chairman Powell. All eyes on Chair Powell today. Hoag, JD, how are you guys doing this morning?
Hey, did somebody say party? Very few
Party,
parties
Hoag.
I miss. Looking forward to the watch party today. That's going to be good. Happy Friday, everyone. Capital Preservation Friday. Don't forget. Good to see you guys. JD. JD, how you doing today?
Awesome. You know me. I love a parade too. It's going to be a great day. Yes, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll be piping Jerome Powell his keynote speech at the Jackson Hole Symposium. So make sure you're sticking around for that. We're going to be airing it live right here, wall-to-wall coverage on Topstep TV. Don't miss a second of it. Jackson Hole Watch Party, 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll probably start rolling that beautiful footage a little earlier, just so we don't miss a single second of it.
Look at that graphic. Pretty nice. Shout out to the creative team at Topstep. And shout out to all of you in the chat. Thank you for joining us today. We got a poll in the chat like we always do because we are still looking at this gold opening range trade. Gold opens up in about 3 minutes at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We want to know which opening range trade are we taking? Are we looking at a 1 minute, a 3 minute, a 5 minute, or are we taking no trade? The 5 minute is usually our leading vote getter, but today's Friday. Let's switch it up. What else do we got, chat? Gold trading currently 33.69.30. Go ahead, JD.
No one seems to care about Powell's speech. No one seems to care. As concerning the opening range trade in gold, only 25% for no trade because we got a Powell speech at 9. So no one seems to be worried about holding a trade through that right now, which is fine by me. 46% of the vote still on the 5 minute. So I'm just going to assume that's what we're looking at.
Get in early, maybe get out before Powell even starts.
Yeah.
That would be nice, or at least lock in some decent profits. Janine in the chat wants to go with the 1 minute. Did you vote, Janine? I like the 1 minute too.
Me too.
Janine, tell your friends to vote as well. We need a couple people to vote for 1 and 3 minute if we're going to get away from this 5. You were going to say, gold is
holding some overnight inventory to the short side. We've had 2 days of attempted rallies that have just really not provided too much momentum to the upside. Still very range bound in the long term, but overnight inventory is short, opening with a gap to the downside. We can't close that gap relatively early. Gap rules have us looking for opportunities for shorts. We're going to take this opening range trade no matter which side it goes, and we'll see if we can catch another good one like we did on Wednesday. I think that was Wednesday. We had a nice all day long to the upside. That was a good day. Bell to bell. Let's see if we can do it again today.
Bell to bell. Shout out to all of our bell to bellers in the chat. Join us all day. Again, we do have that Powell watch party, 9 a.m. Central Time. We're going to be doing that. JD, it looks like we're going to be taking that 5 minute opening range. Again, we got gold opening up in about 40 seconds. Do we want to run some news on this Jackson Hole Symposium?
Well, let's take a look at the eco calendar because we got a bunch of Fed speakers coming out.
Let's do that
before Powell comes on. Not a whole bunch, but eco calendar for today. It's mostly about the Fed. It's Fed Day. It's Fed Watch Day. Keep one eye on the ditch. Always have one eye on the news, especially on a day like today. The Jackson Hole Symposium is happening all day long, kicking off with a Fed Collins speech at 8 o'clock Central Time, keynote speech from Fed Chair Powell at 9 o'clock Central Time. We've got Hammock coming on at 10:30 Central Time. Don't forget about the Baker Hughes rig count at 12 o'clock Central Time. But I believe there's going to be a whole bunch of headlines peppered in throughout the day as meetings convene, as martini lunches loosen up the lips a little bit. There's going to be some headlines flying around. So it's an all-day event. It's going to be an all-weekend event too. So we should be prepared for headlines coming out of Jackson Hole all day long. We will keep you apprised of that also. But the event of the day is definitely Powell's keynote speech at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Watch party right here on Topstep TV.
We saw the headlines start to come out of some of the Fed speakers yesterday, and definitely going to see it continuing into today. Fed's Hammock was speaking early yesterday morning. Like JD said, we got Collins, Powell, Hammock speaking today as well. No 7:30 numbers, JD, to worry about, but we know headlines are going to be flying, so watch out for volatility. We do have gold
Yep.
open now. The 1 minute opening range in gold did trigger a short.
Short.
We got pretty small opening range, about 11 ticks. We would be short right now, but we are going to wait for that 5 minute opening range to close. Amid
What do
says,
you
"Will
think
Powell
here?
move the market today?" Amid, I'm going to go ahead and guess yes. In what direction?
Yeah.
It's yet to be determined, but there will be some volatility while Powell is speaking for sure.
JD, you really think they're going to be
You,
drinking at this watch party?
if you were in Jackson Hole today, what would you be doing?
Probably be having a couple of bowls of loudmouth soup, a couple of martinis.
Why not? And then you run into a camera, and then we've got a news clip, right? That's how it works.
Loudmouth soup. There you go.
I imagine with the number of people there, there's going to be numerous venues for martini lunches around town, and we should get some good headlines out of it. So we'll have one eye on the news for you. We'll be piping in everything we possibly can all day long. 1 minute trigger and a short. Nothing yet on the 3 minute.
I got a low in the 3 minute of 33.6870.
Yep.
Keep an eye on that for the 5 minute and a high of 33.7130.
26 tick
33.7130.
range so far.
26 ticks. Let's run that Jackson Hole clip now. Just let the chat know exactly what's going on. I think we ran it yesterday. Are we ready to do that?
Yep. Central bankers from around the world gathering today as Trump pressures the Fed governors to resign. Roll that footage.
If you let day-to-day politics come in, that's a very noisy process.
President Donald Trump is increasing his pressure on the Federal Reserve as central bankers from around the world gather in the U.S. today. Their annual symposium in Wyoming is a major economic event impacting monetary policy and consumers. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is giving the keynote speech today. Analysts say he might signal a modest rate cut given labor market concerns. Trump wants him to be more aggressive.
This guy is a numbskull. He keeps the rates too high.
When you compromise the independence of the central bank, very bad things happen to the economy.
Trump says Powell should resign. Now he's saying the same thing about Fed Governor Lisa Cook. She's a Biden appointee who voted against rate cuts recently. A member of the Trump administration alleges she might have committed mortgage fraud by naming two primary residences.
There's a lot of questions here, and that's why I'm saying for the sake of the country, she should just resign. And I do think this is a very different situation than, the chair.
Cook says she won't step down and instead will provide information and facts about her financial history.
Anytime you see them going after someone who's reporting something they don't like, who's unwilling to do their bidding on interest rates, don't assume that that person is guilty of anything other than doing their job.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Numbskulls.
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 Triggered
5 minute opening range. There we go. Go ahead, JD.
Oh, I was just going to say, we triggered a short in the 3 minute. And we triggered a short in the 5 minute too. First 5 minute bar. We didn't get in yet. Hang on a second. Working on offer. All right. We are in better than we should have been. 33.6850. So 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, all triggered shorts. Oh, and I just saw Karen Ray's comment in the chat. Please don't take the ORB trade this morning, guys. This poll is tripping. This poll is tripping.
Well,
Karen, what would be your vote? A no trade, 1 minute. The 1 minute again triggered a pretty nice short. We would be in already. Just the chat loves the 5 minute. Chat loves 5 minutes, so we got to go with
Certainly
it.
does. I put the CYA all the way
the
up
one,
at
the three, and the 5
33.72.90.
all to the downside. I got to tell you, I don't
Against
hate it.
momentum. No. Momentum, overnight momentum is definitely lower. Talk about that in a minute.
Just took out the overnight low as well.
I was looking at the FedWatch tool, JD, while we were running that clip. The president is putting pressure on the Fed to cut rates right now. 71% probability of a 25 basis point cut in September, September 17th, that next Fed meeting. Again, we've seen that as high as 99% 2 weeks ago. With some of the data that's coming out, that has come
Mm-hmm.
down a lot. I think Jack was watching it yesterday and was coming down by the minute. Uh,
Yep.
with what was going on with the 10 years. So 71% still a pretty decent probability right now of a cut, but and we will hear more out of Powell today. How's short gold right now? 56% short on the tilt. So maybe some traders getting into this opening range trade maybe a little earlier than we did because that tilt did pick up
Mm-hmm.
a little early. Let's talk about
I
gold
imagine,
prices, JD, before we get into the charts.
Oh yeah, we were just mentioning it a minute ago. Gold prices lower this morning ahead of Fed Chair Powell's speech. All eyes are on the Fed this morning. Traders are showing caution, possibly exiting positions. I'm imagining a lot of traders are sidelined at the moment. We're kind of seeing that in gold right now. Spot gold prices were down about 12 cents earlier this morning. And we see last price traded right now, 33.68.20. A little bit of possible just position covering going into this Fed speech. So what are you guys seeing on the charts? We got overnight inventory to the short side, it would appear, or is that just longs covering, Hoag? What are you seeing in the markets right now?
All right. Well, starting on Mondays and Fridays, I like to take a look at the weekly, and so I've got the weekly up here, and it's just continuing to show the narrowing balance in the longer term. We've got kind of a pennant formation going here. We've got now 3 points of contact on the bottom, 3 points of contact, and one failed upside auction on the weekly chart here 2 weeks ago. Very narrow range this week. It makes sense, right? I mean, everybody's been waiting for this watch party today, and everybody loves a party. So I'm sure, as the kids say, Jay, everybody will be mobbing into the watch party today here on TopstepTV. I'm working on the lingo. So,
I think you got it, Hoag. I think it sounded pretty good to me.
All right, good. Now to the daily. Again, very, very range bound, a narrowing range, of course. That has that tendency to do that. Really, kind of in a kind of a narrow 5-day range here. We're still in it. We added 3,000 in open interest yesterday on another attempt to push this market higher, which really was not all that successful. Lower volume, adding about 3,000 in open interest. That's the estimate. But again, we started to mention on Thursday morning and even into the end of the day on Friday, which we had a good long on Friday, but it just really didn't impress. Now we're starting to see this market rotating. Maybe we'll see a look down to the kind of current area of balance, maybe down to 33.50, somewhere down in that area, possibly today, which would be good for our opening range trade to the short side here. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily here?
That would be great for this opening range trade, Hoag. What I'm seeing on the daily, we are still inside the monthly open candle, right? That August 1st candle. We're below 50% of it. We've been looking at this 33.75 area a ton, and we're seeing volume trade below that as well. So again, that's good for this short. That 33.75 area has kind of been the pivot for me over the past week or so, and still looking for a rotation lower. We got pretty close to 33.50s this week. What was that, Wednesday? So I'd be looking at maybe Wednesday's lows if we can hold below yesterday's low. And then maybe that rotation down to 30s. Gold does look heavy right now. But of course, we're going to see some volatility in gold like we are in the equities when Powell starts to speak. So that could change with a headline. But I like the trade that we're in right now. Uh, and we'll see if we get some continuation.
Yeah, so that 33.75, that halfway in that opening day bar, August 1st, also lines up very nicely with last week's low. So we've got a little bit of influence there, holding now below it, looking like we're kind of trying to stay below the overnight low. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart, folks. Whoops, again. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. So there's that 33.75. Here is that unemployment bar. What was that? August 1st, right? So August 1st, the unemployment bar. See the fact that we've traded all the way through that gap or that bar at one point here. It almost looks like, well, I think it's more the gap. But here's that 33.75 level. Again, 33.76 half is approximately where that halfway mark is. We are below it. Overnight inventory is short. We can see that the market opened right about there last night. We are trading lower. We do have a session gap from here. This session low yesterday at where was that? 33.7860. We opened with that gap lower. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we look to trade in the direction of that gap, which we are currently in, and the market is continuing to pay us. One of the stumbling blocks to the downside, as far as I see, is the base of the late spike that occurred on the 19th of August. The late spike is when the market pushes a new low in the last half hour and closes on that low. This is that close. That close was at 33.5870, but the base of the late spike, 33.6040, was where we started to see buyers come in below it, and we saw the decent move to the upside. This was Wednesday's session. This was Tuesday's low. I could see that being a little bit of a stumbling block for continuation to the downside, but there are some nice visual targets in the form of naked points of control. Naked points of control are high volume nodes from past days that have not been revisited in the regular trading hours. 33.48 half. We've got weekly kickoff low 33.43. Another naked point of control down there at 33.4140. So if we can take out the base of this late spike, we might see some more kerfuffleation to the downside. Maybe some traders mobbing into the short side here. There's that lingo again. We'll have to see. Anything can happen, especially on a day when we have a lot, when we have an important speech coming from Daddy Powell coming up here at the watch party at 9 o'clock. Make sure you're all there. Make sure you're all there. Jay, what are you thinking?
I like the short hog. Today would be a great day to test that weekly kickoff low, especially with the short that we're in. But sellers do have some work to do, right? We are under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is up at 33.78. We have volume for the day trading below that as well, and is good. But gold is also in very balanced range bound activity over the past couple of days. We saw it yesterday during the opening call. Aaron was looking for longs, but we're looking at, okay, how much room is there really available in a long yesterday when we're testing up near the highs of the range? Thinking the same thing to the short side, right? Do I want it to trade below this E50s and down into the 30s? I do, but what does gold want to do, right? What does the market want to do? And we are, with 8 to 10 points of the low of that range. So it looks good for the short side, but I'm also thinking, how much are we seeing in a daily range? Daily ATR in gold is 42 points. We're about half of that right now, 21 points. So let's see what it brings. I'm looking for some continuation to the downside, but the market has to agree with that as well.
100%. One of the, there are a couple of nuances that are kind of against us in this short overnight inventory being short. We are holding below the overnight low, which I like, which is basically the overnight low night before last as well. And we were talking, we had this long and we got out right at the end of the day in this gold trade on Wednesday. And looking at the information on Thursday morning, if you go back and watch the opening call, we were really talking about the idea that rally did not impress. Yesterday's rally did not impress, even though we hit a delta. And on Wednesday, by the end of the session, we had negative delta. At the end of the session yesterday as well. But those sellers up there are continuing to get paid. They're not worried about it now. It's all the buyers that were coming in on those days that are now underwater. And we probably saw some of them getting out of those longs in the overnight. Probably some of your shorter time frame, weaker hands, pea shooters like us, thinking, you know what, Powell's speaking tomorrow. I don't want to have a position on, so let's start getting out. And we do have that overnight inventory to the short side. If that is the case, probably some long liquidation in that as well. Let's move on. I just want to remind everybody, when we're looking at these charts and we're talking about this is not financial advice. We are simply trying to put the market in some sort of context. Everybody should be putting the market in their context, and always remembering risk management and patience, especially on a Friday. No reason to get all biffed up on a Friday. It's always capital preservation first, folks. Remember that. All right, what do we got next?
JD, I think you got some news on stock index futures.
We sure do. Just a quick reminder, though, folks, for everybody joining us a little bit late for the opening call this morning, we have got a Fed watch party going on. The Jackson Hole Symposium happening in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Fed Chairman Powell is scheduled to speak at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll be piping that in live here for you. Wall-to-wall coverage. Make sure you're here for it. We're going to have every word of Powell's speech coming up at the just after the New York Open, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. All right, what happened to stock index futures overnight? We see gold trading lower. Stocks were inching up just a little bit. We had Dow futures climbing 0.3%, S&P futures up 0.2%, and NASDAQ futures gained 0.1%. All eyes are on the Fed this morning as we keep communicating to you. Got a quote here. Reading an article on CNBC. Got a quote from Morgan Stanley Investment Management's Jim Caron. Says, I think the Fed and what Powell is going to try to articulate and communicate is an explanation and a justification for the Fed to start a process of cutting interest rates starting in September. Caron went on to say, and I think that should be supportive for markets, for stock markets in particular. We see gold still selling off a little bit now, probably being propped up by a little pop in the equities markets. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed a little higher. We had the Shanghai Composite up 1.45%, the Nikkei up 0.05%, and the Hang Seng Index up 0.93%. Stocks in Europe trading a little bit mixed this morning. The FTSE is up 0.05%. The DAX is down 0.03%, and the CAC is up 0.11%. The U.S. dollar index up 5 basis points, 0.05% to 98,671. The VIX down about 0.5%, 1647 last in the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note down just a little bit, marginally, about 1 basis point, 4.318% so far this morning. What are you guys seeing in equities? I'm looking at a 15-minute chart in gold right now. It's getting real wicky on both sides of the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's kind of to be expected. A lot of folks getting in, getting out, flattening up perhaps for Powell's speech. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&Ps on the weekly chart. So there hasn't really been any change in market state. We've really this speaks more about balance to me than any kind of major changes in market state. I was reading an article a little while ago about, I'm seeing increasing chat of the retail traders getting a little bit too long some of this sexy high flying stocks. And typically we will see a little bit of a wobble in the market before anything major like a deeper pullback comes into play. Are we seeing that wobble? Quite possibly. I always have to remind myself that these markets are extremely resilient. So I'm kind of just trying to trade what we see here. And so far we're seeing more range in the longer time frame than anything else. Let's go quickly to the daily and see what we're seeing there. So, all right, are we seeing a wobble? Maybe just a little bit. We're seeing some pullbacks here in the S&Ps. The weekly kickoff low, 63.68, has been supportive 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Eventually, if we keep pushing on that, that may snap and we may see some deeper pullbacks at some point in the future. And as Jay was pointing out, would you call this a wobble before this, deeper pullback here that we had beginning of the year? This was about tariffs, but you sometimes see these little wobbles before you see a deeper pullback. It's all in what you're seeing and what you're thinking about what you're calling a wobble. I don't think we're in danger yet, but if we do start continuing to see price moving lower, we may see some of those weaker hands. Retail investors start to get out of some of this stuff because they don't want to take those losses, and they're going to probably time it really bad. They timed it really good on the way up after tariffs. Are they going to time it really bad if we do get some sort of a deeper pullback? Jay, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you, Hogue. The market has to prove itself here. Buyers got to prove themselves here, right? Do they want to hold these prices? Because, like you're saying, we do have that wobble, that 5 days down in the S&P. I think it's 7 or 8 in the Nasdaq. Uh,
Mhm.
Starts to get a little bit concerning. Yeah, February was about tariffs, but who knows what we hear out of the Fed or whatever headlines come up soon. So, from a technical perspective, on a daily, what I'm seeing, Hogue, is the monthly open candle, right? That August 1st candle. We've tested the high of it 3 times in the S&P, and it's held so far. That high is 63.73.50. We checked it Wednesday. We checked it again yesterday. Checked it again in the overnight session today, and we continue to bounce there. So we are finding some buyers there, but how long can they continue to hold this up? And not only hold up those prices, but are we getting traction above 6,400 in the S&P? The 20 moving average is at 6408, which is so far the high of the session. I'm not expecting too much before Powell as far as direction goes, but
Uh-huh.
those are the two prices that I'm looking at: 6408 and 63.73, to see how the market responds there.
If we do get a deeper pullback, we know, back here in February, it was tariff talk. Could it be tech bubble that causes the next one? Certainly seems to be putting the most pressure on the market, especially in the NASDAQ, which we will check out later on. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So, range bound yesterday. Barely even eked out the value area from Wednesday, which was really kind of my main hypothesis yesterday morning, which played out nicely. Um, so we settled right in the middle, relatively center in the range. Yesterday, it was a normal variation, neutral day. We've seen the regular trading hour session approach weekly kickoff low, finding buyers. Regular trading hours nearing a weekly kickoff low, finding buyers. Last night, approaching and getting below weekly kickoff low and finding buyers. I think if these buyers give it up, that I think we might start to see some bigger moves to the downside. Yesterday, it was Wednesday when we started to kind of get that panic sense, but man, we just looked below weekly kickoff low and buyers came back in for this thing. Still buy the dip so far. It feels like to me overnight inventory. What are we looking at? We're looking at right about here. There's the 5 o'clock p.m. bar, maybe a little bit long, but again, we're still in range. We're above value from yesterday, but still in value from Wednesday. We've barely even looked out of either side of value in the S&Ps yesterday. Looked below it last night on very low volume, of course, but now we're back in that area of value, and inside the range from yesterday. Knowing what we've got at 9 o'clock, try and stay patient today. If you do find opportunities, I think before the Powell speech, it's see money, take money. If you get a good one on, you want to leave a runner on, that's up to you. You just make sure you have a stop in to protect yourself. Uh, What do we do as far as open interest yesterday? We added 13,000 in open interest. Where did the volume come in? It came in on the short side. Came in on the sell side. We had one green bar that cut off a little bit of the volume. All but three of the other bunch of bars here were all red bars. So I'm looking at this as we did attract some short sellers here in the futures, and if those are going to bail, then we could see this market return. We could see this market recover off that weekly kickoff low and see prices low, prices higher. But ACH, folks, anything can happen. We do have visual targets above price. We've got, again, I like to look at those points of control, those unrechecked points of control, points of comfort, high volume nodes from previous days, 64.33 quarter. We've got single prints that we left as we closed previous single prints here. Some of you might call these fair value gaps, 64.53.75 up to 64.54.75, the exact spot where there was a fair value gap before. And above that, we've got 64.78, another naked point of control to kind of contend with up there. Down below, 63.51.75. And we'll have to look a lot further lower before we find anything like that. So weekly kickoff low, supportive. Will it remain supportive? Something to think about, something to look at, something to manage risk against if we get the chance to look at it again. ACH, baby. Who knows what Daddy Powell's going to say? Join us for the watch party. That's what I've got about in the 30-minute here. Jay, what do you think?
On that 30-minute, I'm going to agree with you, Hoag. Stay patient. We talked about this a couple of days ago, where it felt like we're seeing volume trade in a range, but the market's not going anywhere. It's that accumulation before a move, and it kind of seems like what we're seeing over the past couple of days, which makes sense. Can anyone think of a potential catalyst that could get these markets moving in just about an hour and 15 minutes or so? So I'm going to wait for that. I'll be patient. We'll see what the market decides and what it responds to, and then trade from there. Other than that, the equities are in balance. Can you scalp the ranges? Yes, but if you're looking for directional trade, it's just not happening right now until it is. So I'm going to be patient and wait for that, and we'll see what happens there. That weekly kickoff low, we tagged it last night and turned around. Nice reversal from there. Maybe that's where the buyers are, Hoag. That's where the buyers are. I know you said that those levels are where you look at higher time frame market participants to adjust their inventory, and
Yes,
it's a good spot right now.
yeah. Sometimes they're sometimes those are pretty good. Important inflection levels, ladies and gentlemen. All right, JD, we're coming up on the crude oil opening. I know you've got some news about crude, dude.
Sure do. There is some drama happening in the crude world right now. U.S. is stepping up sanctions pressure on Iran's oil trade. Check this out. I'm going to read this caption for you guys. The United States has sanctioned a Greek shipping entrepreneur, a network of his companies, and 2 Chinese crude oil terminal and storage operators as the Treasury is taking additional actions to disrupt Iranian oil exports and the shadow fleet enabling them. This is some good stuff here. So there's a Greek nationalist named Antonios Margaritis. The U.S. Department of the Treasury has imposed sanctions on this gentleman and his network of companies and nearly a dozen of his vessels involved in Iran's shadow fleet. Here's a quote directly from the Treasury. Margaritis has leveraged his decades of experience in the shipping industry to illicitly facilitate the transportation and sale of Iranian petroleum. We're smuggling oil out of Iran right now, and we're trying to catch everybody we can doing it and place sanctions on them. This is straight out of a movie, right? I love this. Crude oil drama. I can't wait to see how this one unfolds. Here's another quote from the Treasury. Several other vessels and operators are also being designated today for their role facilitating Iranian oil exports, which generates revenues that contribute to Iran's advanced weapons programs. We are trying to shut down Iran, and we're putting sanctions on anybody helping them out right now. This is a story to follow.
That's
is.
going to be a
It is.
movie one. It's going to be a movie one day.
Smuggling oil out of Iran. Yeah.
Smuggling oil. Man. All right. Well, let's take a look at the charts.
Oh, real quick, let's get that crude oil poll up there in the chat. Are we taking this crude oil trade? We got 10 minutes till crude opens.
All right. Well, the weekly hasn't looked much different in a couple of years. You look at the highs and the lows of the recent swings, and we're talking back in 23 for this swing high, this swing low in 25. We're centrally located inside, comfortably in the middle of those. Possibly some changes coming, but in the longer time frame, we've got a long way to go before we're going to change anything really in the longer time frame as far as structure is concerned in crude oil. Going to move quickly to the daily. So we have had a potential medium time frame breakout to the upside. Jay, we've been pinched between the 200 session and the 100 session moving average for quite a while. You could call this the rollover range, which rollover pretty much ends today. They're not even trading the September contract anymore. It's all just liquidation or delivery of those remaining contracts. And yesterday we added about 6,300 overall in crude oil open interest. Crude oil trades every month for 10 years into the future. So when we see changes in open interest in crude oil, it doesn't really hold the same weight as like gold, which has the majority of the open interest in that front month. Crude is a little bit different that way, although we can still use that information as part of our attempt to put context over the market. So yesterday we rallied and we closed above that 200 session moving average. Overnight, we looked at it, we kind of rejected it, and we're looking like we may be seeing some continuation to the upside, which could be fundamental. It could be just technical. Markets go from low to high to low to high in range bound periods of time. Jay, what do you think?
Back above that 200 moving average, Hogue. I cannot look at a crude oil chart and not think about
Eh.
that extreme short position that JD was saying. Major institutions are in. What does that mean for us day trading it? We'll see. But back above this 200 moving average, looking bullish for now. The 200 is the low of the session so far, 63.35. I'd be looking at the 20 moving average, 64.25, up there as a potential target. Crude has quietly been a great market to trade. I haven't placed many trades in it, but it's been a great market to trade over the past couple of days, I think. If you're looking for, more so set and forget trades, Coach Paul had a pretty nice one yesterday off the lows where we saw some volume come in during the New York session and we just popped from there. It's kind of an all day trade. $1.60, $1.60 range. We're about a third of that right now. There's still some opportunity in these markets. And if, we're seeing headlines come out, you know, smuggling oil and whatever else is going on, there's some opportunity here for sure.
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like those smugglers are going to get the smuggler's blues pretty soon here, perhaps. Be cool for 20 hours and I'll pay you 20 grand. All right. So here's yesterday. Paul caught that long. Good on him, man. That's a beauty. Good job, Coach Paul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green bars on the 30-minute. That additional open interest, I'm pretty sure was to the long side. And if there's a whole lot of institutional shorts in this market, I wonder where they're going to get squeezed. I wonder where they're going to get squeezed. May come sooner than later. It just depends on what happens. With demand. It seems a very demand-driven market these days. It is driving season after all. But overnight inventory, what do we have? We don't really have squat. Here's where we opened last night. Here's where we are now. Maybe a little bit to the long side. We could open feasibly with a gap to the upside, which would invoke gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us possibly looking for longs. And there are targets above 6405, the close target. Then we've got about $2 of space above there, 6660, which I hate that number, but it just fit for weekly kickoff high. I don't see us hitting that today, but we never know. If something comes out, something changes, you never know. Jay, what are you thinking about crude oil this morning?
Crude looks again pretty bullish, Hogue, but it's a market that is not just a runaway market or a breakaway market, right? So I'd be looking for pullback opportunities to get into longs, just because of the way it has been, making new highs recently, where we're seeing pullbacks. I have a 50 moving average on the 30-minute, which is down at 63.40. We've seen some pullbacks to that, in the looks like the London session, and we bounced there. It's just not a breakaway market right now, right? And that could change. A headline comes out and crude oil gets moving, but
Mhm.
it's just a slow grind to the upside. So if you could find a place to get in, I'd think that. Otherwise, I'd probably just stay out.
Okay. So yeah, the profile yesterday was normal variation, but more than doubled the initial balance. So there was some pretty decent buying coming into this market yesterday. It's a normal variation extreme. Settlement was at the upper extreme. Point of control was at the upper extreme. All that volume pushing the market higher is evident in where it closed and where this point of control is, all the way up here. Where is it? 6350. 6350 is the point of control. We're going to see if we can't leave this gap and see maybe a little bit of a gap and go to the upside here today. Could it be? Does it make any difference in the longer time frame? No. Is it going to make a difference to traders trading it today? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So hopefully that's a little bit of context for us. I know we're getting relatively close to the crude oil open, about a minute away. So what is the poll telling us, JD?
What do you
Take
think
a
it's telling
guess.
us, Hogue? I'll give you
5
one
minutes.
guess.
Let me guess.
All right. When I only offer you one
Everybody's
guess.
mobbing in on the 5 minute.
Second place is no trade. Second place, no trade in crude. We got 2 minutes till the crude open. We also have Susan Collins scheduled to speak in Jackson Hole at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Central Time. We will be keeping an eye on headlines from that also. Let me switch over to crude oil and get this queued up.
Crude oil opens up at 8 a.m. Central Time. We will be taking the opening range trade. 36% of the vote for the 5-minute. So it looks like we will be taking a 5-minute again. But we only got 277 votes, 1,500 people watching. We want to thank you all for watching today. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button and get your votes in here for crude oil. Opening up in about 40 seconds. This gold trade's still valid, still looking good.
We're still in it. We never really took any lead on this trade.
No, we didn't.
I am working a bid to cover at 2R a pair, so we'd have a free trade on after that.
Okay.
Going into the Powell speech if we get down there.
What level is that at, JD?
Let me check. I'll give you the exact price. We're going to bid to cover 2 at 33.59.50.
Okay, thank you. Crude oil is open.
We saw something similar yesterday. Some nice selling volume coming in. That was the gap close already, Hogue? That was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Pretty whippy.
Yeah,
pretty whippy opening candle there.
Yesterday's high.
17 tick, 1 minute opening range so far. This one could get a little wide. Went right down to settlement price. Low tick settlement price, 63.52.
54 is the low in CL.
In CL, and 63.54 on your Topstep daily levels is, let me pull it up. Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat, by the way. Where is it? 63.54, last week's high. 63.54, last week's high.
I don't know how many in the chat know about that Topstep
okay?
Daily Levels, that Topstep Daily Levels webpage, right? We pin it to the top of the chat every day. The Daily Levels indicator in Topstep X, that's going to have Hoag's weekly kickoff, value area highs and lows, previous day highs and lows, as well as previous weeks. But that Daily Levels webpage, if any of the coaches that we have here at Topstep, Coach Ray, Coach Vince, Coach Paul, Coach Jack, if you like the way they coach, you like the way they analyze markets, and you want to check out the levels that they're looking at every day, check out that Topstep Daily Levels webpage. It's pretty good information there for our ags traders. We got soybeans levels, corn levels. I think there's some cattle levels there as well. Shout out to Coach Hoop. So really good stuff there.
Mm-hmm. Did the micros, or I'm sorry, did the minis trigger along in Crude? I got a little double top, 1 minute double top.
No,
No.
Okay.
no trading minis.
Let's see what the 3 minute says then. No trade on the 1 minute so far.
Yeah.
I'd really like another leg lower in gold soon.
Yes. Yes.
Just getting
that
real
would be
choppy
good.
in there.
Do it now.
It looked like we were gonna get it a few minutes ago. Now it's popping again.
Looking at the dome in gold, it's thin. It's already pretty thin. We're seeing some gaps between bid and offer, maybe one or two ticks, but still we're seeing it. The NASDAQ is also onesie twosies, spreads between the bids and offers already. We do have Collins is supposed to be speaking. I'm watching the wire to see if there's anything that is spoken out of line there. Apparently at the let's see. I'm not
Back
seeing
down to the
anything
lower
from
end.
yet.
Oh, we just triggered a short
Minis
on the 1 minute and 3 minute in Crude. Yeah. 1 minute, 3 minute, both short. Still up about $100 unrealized on this gold trade. Little head fake in Crude, putting a new low by 2 ticks, and bounced.
If there were any iceberg orders, it would be right at the high 63.70. 214 traded there, 112 on the bid.
Okay.
But that's the only place I'm seeing any even hint of accumulation anywhere.
Got a 20 tick wide opening range so far in Crude. I've got a a high 63.70, low 63.50. What was the low print in the mini, if you don't mind me asking?
In Crude, I got it at 52.
52? Okay. So still off by 2 ticks. Microverse mini.
To 5 minute opening range, closing in about 15 seconds here. We did see right before that crude oil open, we did see a 71% long tilt. It's back down to 54%, so paired back just a little bit there. Maybe they were holding it overnight, but 54% now.
All right, working our stops to enter above and below the market. I know the low in the mini was 63.52. I'm putting our stop to enter 63.49. Get some confirmation there.
Okay.
Stop to enter above 63.71. No follow through yet in gold. Still up a couple ticks, but it's not moving. Is right.
Is today going to be a watch and wait kind of day until I have a feeling it is, right? We just
Watch and
wait
wait.
for
Feel
it.
that way.
It's only an hour away. We do have a talking Fed at the podium right now.
Yeah. Overall, economic fundamentals are relatively strong from Fed's Collins, speaking on
Yep.
Bloomberg TV.
Oh, we got the graphic up. Reminder, we've got a watch party, Jackson Hole watch party right here on TopstepTV, folks. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is taking the stand. He's delivering the keynote speech in Jackson Hole, Wyoming at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Get your wall-to-wall coverage right here on TopstepTV. We're going to be piping it in. We're going to be talking it through, trading around it. We are here for you. We're going to be here all day, too. No
All
trigger
day.
yet on the 5-minute. All day, guys.
An all-day party. It's going to be like going
JD,
to
I'm getting some questions.
Lollapalooza.
Getting some questions in the chat, JD, about that Topstep Daily Levels webpage. I think you're the guy that kind of runs that page, JD. When is that usually updated? When are those levels updated?
Before we go live every morning. So you can expect it to be updated sometime between 6:30 and 7 o'clock a.m. Central Time every morning.
Awesome.
Definitely, it will definitely be updated before we come on live for the opening call.
Thanks, JD. Yeah, I know. When
We
I
got
was doing
another-
the levels, most of my levels don't come in until the morning, right? I was doing my levels probably at 6 a.m. Eastern time, just because I want the overnight to kind of play out, see any, how any volume trades in the overnight, and then establish levels from there. Some of our coaches do them right after the close, the day of. So right before we get on air, those levels will be updated.
Everyone has their own style when it comes to putting levels together, but
Yeah.
you can expect them to be ready before we go live. We got some more quotes from Susan Collins coming. Fed Collins quote, "We cannot wait for all of the uncertainty to be behind us." Ooh, that's not a typical Fed stance. We're taking heat on gold now, too, guys. They're not liking these comments coming from Jackson Hole at the moment.
We're focused on how downside risks are evolving. You're focusing on the dark side.
That is not good for our short gold trade right now.
Good. House is short from 68 evens in gold, JD?
Yes, that is correct. Let's just
Last
switch
trade in
over
gold,
to it.
33.68.20. Still 50-50 on the tilt. 61% long tilt in crude oil. I don't think we got tagged
Short
into a
from
trade there. Kind of
68.
sitting
I said even. We're short from 68 half. 33.68 half.
68 half. Okay. All right, that's better. All right, let's get into the NASDAQ chart. But JD, I think we had some news on Powell's speech before we get into that.
Yes, what will we be focusing on? There are two major topics that people will be looking for answers for today during Powell's speech. One, the state of the economy, and two, the possibility of rate cuts going into the next Fed meeting and future Fed meetings before the end of the year. In interviews with Yahoo Finance, this article is coming from Yahoo Finance. Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmidt and Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack both offered some caution on the need for interest rate cuts as soon as next month, given recent inflation data. In a quote, Fed President Beth Hammack said, "There's a lot of data we're going to get between now and September. And I walk into every meeting with an open mind about what the right thing to do is. But with the data I have right now and with the information I have, if the meeting was tomorrow, I would not see a case for reducing interest rates." So there is some dissent out there still among these Fed governors, despite the data that we have right now. I think it's still up in the air. It's almost half and half. Schmidt and Hammack's colleagues at the Federal Reserve Board, Michelle Bowman and Chris Waller, have been among those more vocal about the need for rate cuts. Investors were assigning roughly 69% odds on a 25% basis cut, 25-point basis cut from the Fed on September 17th, as of early this morning. A couple things to note going into this Fed meeting, or this Fed speech from Jerome Powell. I don't know why I want to keep calling it a Fed meeting, just because they're all there. They're all going to be watching.
Yeah.
They're all going to be listening.
Right.
Colin's still
listening as
talking.
well.
Dual mandate risks are in a tough or rough balance. It's not a done deal in terms of what we will do at the next meeting. Collins does not rule out a larger and more persistent impact of tariffs on inflation. All right. Well, let's take a look at the NASDAQ here and
What do we got,
these
Hoag?
markets do. Okay, on the weekly, again, to me, this looks more about balance than any major pullback. Yes, the NASDAQ has suffered the worst of the equities due to some high flying tech stocks that have been getting whacked lately. We're below the weekly kickoff low, 23,420. We did see a pretty good move once we kind of accepted down below that. But again, there's no real major change in our market structure in the longer time frame on the daily chart. Is this the wobble before the big pullback? Who knows? What did we do? Well, we looked at weekly kickoff low one day. The next day we opened at it in regular trading hours and the selling came in. Where did it sell to? 50% of that that monthly opening bar, that August 1st bar, right to it, as well as the 50 session moving average. Jay, you're always looking at those opening bars like that and seeing those halfway through it. What do you think of this one?
We are kind of sitting right at halfway through it, Hoag, and that 50 moving average is right there, right at that low as well. We bounced off of it. We've tested it a couple times. How many times does someone knock on the door before you let them in, right? Buyers keep buying in that level for now, but we need to see some traction. We need to see them gain some momentum above the high of that daily candle, 23,357, where we accepted inside of it, right? We saw the S&P reject at that high. Obviously, tech has been a little bit weaker, so we are seeing the NASDAQ, trade more significantly in that candle. If that 50% doesn't hold, Hoag, 2360s is that area. The lower extreme of that candle is 22,762. And then, from that point, do we start talking about the 200 moving average, which is all the way down at 21,663? It's another 6% from where we are right now. But just setting expectations. Do I expect that today? No. But if we don't find some buyers in this general area, this market does look heavy. And comparing it to February, what we had, the 7 down days, we did have a relief bounce before we continued lower. So we will see. I think we'll have a lot more clarity, hopefully, after Powell. But technically speaking, we do need to find some buyers pretty soon here. What is open interest after yesterday, Hogan? You might have said it, but I think I may have missed it. What was the open interest?
Hey guys, real quick heads up. We got triggered into a long position in crude oil. 63.72 house count long, 5 micro crude, 63.72.
Thanks, JD. 63.72.
Which open interest were you looking for, Jay?
The
NASDAQ added 1,000.
Added 1,000. Okay.
Yeah, nothing huge.
Got you. Thank you. And I think the day prior we added 10,000, right? On
I can
Wednesday.
Double check that for you now.
Yep, I think I have it in my notes here.
No,
it was a decrease. It was a decrease. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like about 6,000 decrease. The S&P is added 10,000 on Wednesday.
Yes, that's what it was, Hoag. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. So yeah, again, adding 1,000 yesterday. Volume was, of course, lower to be expected. We I think everybody was pretty much in alignment. We were going to see a range bound day yesterday, and that's exactly what we got. We had the move to the downside, weekly kickoff low, supportive on that day, resistant to the following morning, leaving the opening range at the dead ass high. We pulled all the way back to that 50% of that opening bar. Uh, August 1st, it was also unemployment that day. So, and it's also that 50 session moving average on the daily chart is coming in across that as well. But yesterday stayed inside value, inside range all day. Overnight, we looked lower. Do we have any overnight inventory? I'm going with no, probably not. I don't think we have much at all as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Opening there, currently trading there, inside range, inside value. I'm thinking that there's probably not much going to happen in the equities until after we see some of the things that Chairman Powell is going to be talking about at the party in Jackson Hole. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Market's been facilitating trade for the third day in this area. Some sort of news, some sort of impetus might come into the marketplace and move price away from this. Again, we're going to try and stay patient here. And I probably wouldn't be doing anything if I were actively trading today in the equities, probably not in gold. I'm going to watch and see what happens and see if there's opportunities as the day goes on here. Because again, we're still in range, still in value, no change in the perception of value. Something can certainly happen during our watch party that might change things significantly, and we'll see if we can't take advantage of those. Jay, what are your thoughts on the 30?
On the 30, Hoag, just kind of setting expectations because I agree with you. I'm probably going to be patient until something does happen and we break out of this range. Just looking at that 50 moving average on the daily to the low, that's right around that 23, pretty much lows of the session, overnight lows, 23. 76.75, and to the upside, if we do break to the upside, I'm looking at the 200 moving average on the 30, which is up at 23,459 currently. There's one more level that I think we probably have to, we may see some hesitation, and that is 23,430. So pretty close to that area. But yeah, we'll see what happens after Powell. Yeah, at this point, I'm sitting on my hands.
Yeah. Well, the 23,430 you were just mentioning is basically weekly kickoff low. 23,430, 420 is weekly kickoff low.
Yep.
Well, wouldn't mind seeing the market recover above that so we could be a little bit more confident in the next week looking at our 401ks, but we will have to see what happens.
We will see what happens. We will see. JD, I think we got one more news that we want to run, and then we'll talk about who's on the schedule to trade with us at Topstep today. What do we got, JD?
This one's a little on the, I don't know, not my cup of tea. Our good friend Jake Powell just saved this article for us for this morning. But guess what, guys? It's World Plant Milk Day. Friday is World Plant Milk Day, if that means anything to you. If you normally go with half and half, you might want to try using almond milk in your coffee this morning. That's because Friday is World Plant Milk Day, observed every year on August 22nd. Mark your calendars, folks. The goal is to encourage consumers to try dairy-free and learn more about nutritional value of plant-based milk. You're probably familiar with the more common forms of plant milk, such as milk derived from almonds, coconuts, oats, and soy. But there are other plants that render milk as well, including hemp, quinoa, cashews, and flaxseed. The World Plant Milk Day website says switching to this version of milk helps your health, the environment, and cows. Foodinstitute.com notes 44% of U.S. households have bought plant-based milk. I wonder if that was a survey in the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment questionnaire. Do you buy real milk or plant-based milk? More than
shout out to my soy boys.
I got a friend over here that's got a little bit of a comment about that. Cows aren't like
nice
cows aren't happy about that.
You do that so well. You do that so well.
I agree with one of the
There you
comments I
have
saw
it.
in the chat. They said we're just making shit up at this point, and I would agree. Why does plant-based milk need a day? Also, where's Gabe? How does he feel about this?
Where is Gabe? I'm not making this up. This is real news, people.
Yes, it
This
is.
is my job.
I want to try. I want to try hemp milk. Where do you get that?
Right.
Dispensary, maybe.
Good question. Good question.
Probably so. Probably so.
Shout out to all my soy boys. Nice.
All right, JD. Who do we
We're-
got on the schedule for today? Who's trading with us today?
That is a fine question. Let me grab this schedule real quick. There it is. All right, coming up next in fast markets, we've got Andre, Jack Hoag, our man Doom just entered the green room. I see him now, and Mandy, the Salt Lake City sniper, might be joining us for a little bit too. Hoag's coming in at 11 o'clock for the morning recap. Coach J, Jorge G, and Hoag will be here for Rising Star at 11:15. I'll be in with Coach Robert and Narek, a member of Coach Robert's Technical Titans, for Lunchbox Trading that's coming up at 12 p.m. Central Time. After that, we got Jack and Hecker back for another game of Top Quiz at 1 o'clock Central Time. Then back to the futures with Andre, our man VWAP George. I'll be joining in on that conversation too. Can't wait to talk to my buddy George. After that, we've got the ladies takeover in Power Hour for the Reversal Challenge. Anne Marie, Mandy, Fatima, and Dr. V will be squaring off toe-to-toe in the Reversal Challenge to close the week. So make sure you're sticking around for that. And don't forget, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time, we have the Fed Watch Party, the Jackson Hole Symposium Watch Party right here on TopstepTV. Wall-to-wall coverage of Fed Chairman Powell's keynote speech at the Jackson Hole Symposium. Top of the hour, coming up very, very soon.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Hoag, we got time to go over that checklist? Or is it the
Yes, we
emotional
do.
journal today? What do we got?
Now we're going to do the checklist because we all have to make sure and do our homework because we don't know what's going to happen. One of the things that you want to make note in your checklist today is, hey, it's the Jackson Hole Watch Party on Topstep TV. You want to make sure you are with us for that. But we just did all our pre-market research: S&Ps, NASDAQ, gold, crude oil. Are they in a trend? What about the time frames? How about volume? How about open interest? What about your reference levels? Weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps has been a pretty tasty level for everybody this week. Then once we have our pre-market research, we can go through our morning checklist. We can make sure that the routine is done, research is done, plan done, connection done, strategy review, hypotheses made done. Don't forget your journal, man. You got to do your journal, prep your workstation, and then you are ready for your first entry. Be patient. Look for the right opportunities. Make sure you're taking your number one setups: entry price, stop price, risk to reward ratio, results. You can do this for every trade if you want to, and I suggest you do, because you're going to want to review everything along with your trading journal at the end of the day. Think through these trades, feel your way through these trades twice a day. Then you can take a look and your post-market review trades, get plenty of rest, update your journal, and always keep in mind the trading psychology barriers and that we all do face. We don't overtrade. Don't trade angry. Don't trade out of FOMO. Don't trade impulsively. Now that we've got our homework done, we get to play, and it's going to be a fun day because we're having a party.
We are having a party, Hoag. Don't forget, we are going to pipe in Chair Powell's speech starting at 9 a.m. Central Time, so you do not want to miss that. We'll probably start a little bit early just to make sure we can see what color tie he's going to wear. Think he's wearing a tie?
He's wearing a bolo today.
Wearing a bolo. Wearing a bolo. All right, I think we're ready, Hoag. Send us into fast markets. I see Doom in the back. He's doing his homework. He's writing on a notepad. He's ready to go.
All right.
Straight it up.
All right. Well, as always, JD, always a pleasure to be on with you guys in the morning, and it's always a pleasure to be with all of you. Van Life Day Trader was the first one in today. That's a new name for the top of the list. My early birds. Man Caves, Walter, Dan Trader, Shubham, Command, Nick Nichols, Alex Trader, Alexander, I should say, Logan, Gorillionaire, G-Bo, it's good to see everybody. Yes, today is the watch party, Jackson Hole watch party. Make sure that you are there. You know, I never miss a party. You never miss a party. We're going to have a party today. And also, as for all of you soy milk drinkers, I'm going to have my friend Elsie here with a big yell to get everybody into fast markets, and don't make sure to stick around for the watch party at 9:00. Daddy Powell is going to be there. And again, Elsie's got something to say about you soy drink milkers. It is time for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, Elsie, and good morning, world. Y'all know what time it is, right?
So, take a bow when you see J. Powell. What? Yeah, smoke that loud when you see J. Powell.
That's right. He's in the Tetons. Andre, I'm in front of the $1 Million Cowboy Bar
See that.
live in Jackson Hole.
Wow.
What are we doing today, Dre? Hello, Doom.
What is up? Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. Jack is out there in Jackson Hole. We got Doom in the house, number 43 on the big board, 48 in the big board. Let's get right into it. Doom, thoughts coming into this huge Friday. What's happening, Doom? I love that, Jack.
I got nothing. Hands off,
Nothing.
man. Smaller time frames are starting to kind of pick up a low. Larger time frames look cooked. I've seen this over and over again ahead of big events, big economic talks. The market is inconclusive, contracted. Just wait and see. I got something. Whole lot of talking, no action yet. Give me the action. I want to see reaction. I want to act upon it.
About that action, boss. All right, love it. Jack, coming into the huge Powell speech in about 30 minutes. What are your thoughts coming into this open? I took a look at Fed funds. Fed Watch tool, 71% probability of a rate cut, Jack. What are your thoughts? What are you looking for coming into this big speech?
Yes, indeed. We just hit new pre-market highs in the ES, but what I'm looking for is to see if we can break out of this range we've been in between the 6350 and 6400 strikes in the SPX. Let's call that 6370 to 60, just under 6420, like maybe 6418. You can see the last couple of days, it's been bouncing right there. 3 big old times. It's been held in by this on top. If it's going to break out, Powell can certainly do that. I think he's going to be rather non-committal to the interest rate portion, but you never know. I got some news we'll show later. Powell was looking like he might choose violence in the airport when he showed up. So I am very excited for 32 minutes from now.
I mean, he was fired up in that opening clip there. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices again. House account is short 5 micro gold from 33.68. Last trade there, 33.70. We got ES trading 64.06, about call it 2 ticks off the high, 64.06 half. Got NASDAQ trading 23,259. Overnight highs of 23,280. Dow still grinding high here, 45,065. And crude oil trading $63.56, 50-50 across the board on the tilt. We got 30 seconds until this huge, massive trading day. Doom, any prices, any levels of interest you got your eye on in the NASDAQ?
Pretty much what Jack said. You either see a breakout above this consolidation we've been in, or break under, and break and hold above. Maybe 285. Let me see what I got here. I got bounce from 23,060 and potentially short down to 880, and then start buying up the market. Up targets are up from here, over 285 and 320s on NASDAQ. Let's see here. Are we going to get the Kukumba at the bell or not?
Kukumba is right. All right, we are open. We are open on this Friday. Again, Powell's speech coming at you here live on TopstepTV, top of the hour. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of buying in the ES. Just tapped on some new highs. 64.10 hook, 64.10 half. Dow pushing higher here as well. And seeing a little bit of selling here in the NASDAQ. 23,233. Now in the 228s. Closing in on overnight VWAP. That would be 23,218. Yeah, 50-50 on the tilt for now. Gold catching a bid here, 33.73. Look at the ES ladder. We got something's down here. Not seeing much. More selling here in the NASDAQ. Since the open, NASDAQ is down about, call it 50, call it 70, 60 points since the bell rang. Gold trade in the house account has been stopped out. We're seeing some more selling here in the NASDAQ. Dow pushing higher here. All right, we've seen this a lot lately. Dow pushing higher, NASDAQ pushing lower, ES stuck in the middle with you. And Dow, buyers in the Dow.
Google and
No
Apple
good
are
in the
up.
middle.
Google up 1.5%. Actually, Facebook, sorry, I'll never be able to call them Meta off the bat, but Meta announced a $10 billion cloud computing deal with Google, of all people. So that's interesting. Apple up 1%. Everything else down slightly. Tesla scratch. NVIDIA down 2%. Actually, no, this is NVIDIA's moving right now.
Okay. NVIDIA earnings next week. Next week, NVIDIA earnings. A little bit of a trace there in the NASDAQ, but the Dow definitely strongest of the three equity indices. Pushing high here, 45,176. Since the bell rang, the Dow is up about 100, 150 points. ES trying to catch a bid here as well. About a point and a half off the highs, trading 64.09 half. And NASDAQ, the heaviest one. Like Jack said, NVIDIA getting sold off, seeing some weight and pressure in the NASDAQ on that. We got Crude catching a little bit of a bid here. Crude up and call about 20 cents since the New York session has begun. Yeah, we got Powell coming at you live here on TopstepTV at the top of the hour. See what he's got to say or what he doesn't have to say. Obviously, you've seen a bit of a pullback, step back from a near certainty of a rate cut in September. About 2 weeks from now, that'll be September 17th. But maybe what he doesn't say is just as important. What he does say. All right, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see some cool trader station setups, all the walls of green. See who's wearing cool swag all around the globe today. Again, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV. ES pushing higher here. New high, 64.11. 50 on the tilt.
So NVIDIA did halt orders on their H20 chip, which was the China chip.
Okay.
After China kind of said, "No, sir, we don't want these." I guess we'll see how that comes out, but they're kind of so NVIDIA down 1.6% right now. Nothing huge yet.
Is that the chip that the United States will get their 15% on?
It would be, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. All right, good to know. Looking for some Collins, scheduled to speak about 30 minutes ago. See some headlines are hitting from Collins. Policy is modestly restrictive, which is appropriate. This is about 20 minutes ago. I am not that worried about inflation expectations moving up. Dual mandate risks are in a rough balance. Interesting.
They sure are.
Hawkish. A little hawkish there. We're in a bit of a holding pattern. Markets eagerly awaiting what will the chairman say out in Jackson Hole. You saw Jack is in front of the $1 Million Cowboy. Got those seats like a saddle you can sit in. Like you're riding a horse right up there if you want to belly up at the bar. Who in the chat has been to the $1 Million Cowboy? I'd love to know. They know where Jack is. Boots on the ground.
Indeed. Snakeskin boots on the ground.
Yeehaw. Okay. All right. Pinned to the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Those are refreshed and updated before every New York Open. You heard Hoag talking about those in opening call. We'll be referring to them. There we go. Here, Jonathan's been there. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen. Like you got big screens like Doom. What do you got? 40-inch screens? What are you working with over there, Doom?
243 Samsungs and a 60-inch LG TV that lines up with both of my doors, so I can watch TopstepTV while I'm in the yard.
Hey,
watering those palms.
That's right. Hey, next time you go
Yep.
water those palms, let's take a look at your setup. Love to see what you're working with over there, Doom. Love he's got the recliner in there, just chilling. How's the week going, Doom?
Best purchase ever.
How's this?
I
It
should
is.
have bought one of these years ago.
How's the trading week going, Doom?
I took off yesterday. I took a small trade at the open cut, ran up 50 points. I moved my stop in the money about 25 points, $50. I decided that I'm going to take the day off. And almost every time when I do that and I go back trading, I lose money. I lose big. Took the $50, locked it, had a phenomenal day with the family.
Good for you. Well done. Balance indeed. Also want to give a couple shout outs here to some of our live funded traders. Braden making almost $10,000 yesterday. Yes, you heard that right. Braden making $10,000, and Chike making $4,000 yesterday. Well done to them. I'm taking a day off, getting ready, rested for the big Chairman Powell speech. All right, markets are pretty much in a holding pattern right now. And we will be piping that in again, here on TopstepTV. Top of the hour. Get that ready to go. No headlines coming out right now. Also, would be fair to expect or not be surprised if President Trump does want to get his 2 cents in there. Various media outlets based on what Powell says. Do you think he knows what the speech is going to be? He's got to know, right?
The president?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he has any idea what it's going to be, or at least any more
huh?
than we do. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Tune in. Hopefully, he tunes into Topstep TV to find out what
No, that'd be
the
lit.
chairman. Yeah, it would. President Trump, if you are in the chat, please let us know. Right now, NASDAQ trading 23,254. About a 60-point opening range there. Gold. All right, here we go. Here's the mover right now. Gold is up, call about $9 since the New York bell rang. 33.74 last trade. Overnight highs 33.77.
New highs. Yes.
Ooh, there we go. Okay. And NASDAQ doing the same.
Divergence on my SOS indicators, but it's so inconclusive, and I'm skittish on buying this. Kind of hesitate. We're still in the range.
73% long.
Potentially, I'm looking for this to run. Honestly, Jack, any expectations of reaction of the markets towards either they cut or stay
It
in
could
the
be big.
inflation?
If I had any trade on, I'd be out of it before Powell. But because Powell's about to speak, I would be inclined, if anything, to sell around 64.20, where you see that 180 lot right now in the ES. I just find it improbable that it'll finally break through that level 15 minutes before Powell takes the podium. That would be my 2 cents. People ask where Denali is. It's still there.
Oh, there he is.
Now,
transporting. Look at that.
We're in Jackson today, baby.
Very beautiful part of the country.
Indeed. So,
very thin. Look at that ladder. The ladder on the NQ, very, very thin right now. Double tick wide spread.
Good one.
I'm wondering. Oh, wow. There. Okay, I see what you did there. Overnight interest was coming into this. Or interest was short. Might be squaring up some positions right now with this buying here in the ES. Let's see that negative delta on the close yesterday continue to grow into the close. Might be squaring up their positions going into the big Powell speech. We got gold continue to push higher here. Gold up about $10 since the New York bell rang. Crafty Giant says, Wyoming's great. Winters suck, though. Crafty, hopefully you ski. Make it a little better.
I mean, yeah, the winters are brutal up there, though. You know, the winds, -50. But the summer, very dry. Not too hot. Great place.
It is the most difficult ski mountain I've ever been to is Jackson Hole. New highs. Yes, that's right, Hoop. New highs, ES, 64.15. NASDAQ holding back. NVIDIA still getting sold there. That was keeping the...
NVIDIA is just down 1% right now. Actually, all of the Mag 7 has flipped green except for NVIDIA. Palantir down 1%. So anything. I'm not seeing anything jump out huge right now here.
10-year
We're
4.3%.
right at that, 4.3%, which has been its sort of. We've all decided that's the spot we launch from one way or the other.
All right, still pushing here. New highs. ES 6418. NASDAQ as well. 23,290s now print. Now 291s. 23s. We're cooking here.
Okay, this is a big place of interest for me right now. We are right at 6403 now in the SPX.
Right.
We've had real trouble. I mean, you can see this range here for the last 2 days, right between in that 50-point range. Will it break out here?
An offer on the 20, 6420. Saw some offers coming in, a couple hundred on the ask. Did get filled. Let's see if they want to put a top on this thing. Nope, we keep cooking here. 6421.
Good trading practices. I saw this someone cooking up a potential long. I just
80% long
didn't
NASDAQ.
take it. Look at what happened yesterday. We opened up 15 minutes, larger, wider, dangerous stuff.
NASDAQ, 8% long on the tilt. We're trading 23,304. Around 305s, but 80% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Average price long from 23,272. So they're in the money quite nicely, about 30 points. It's a very heavy tilt to the long side. See in the NASDAQ, we see some heavy tilts. And they are not done. Buyers are not done. New highs, NASDAQ, 23,313. Dow pushing higher here as well. Gold up about $10, $12. Just printed some new highs, 33.78.
300
More
lot
buying
at
in the
24
NASDAQ.
half. Oh, took it out.
Wow.
They pulled it. I'm cautious on this rally here in the ES.
No.
When, we're going to do like new price discovery here, like 10 minutes for Powell.
Yeah, more buying. Here we go. More buying ES, 64.22 half. John Ross has so much more room to the upside. You might not be wrong.
I can see it.
Oh, yeah. There's infinity to the downside. There's only 6,400 points there's infinity to the
Sure is.
upside, 6,400 points to the downside. I like those odds.
ECB's Nagel coming out with some headlines here. Inflation is not the point anymore. I don't see many arguments. It's some of Nagel's out there in Jackson Hole as well. This is for the ECB, the European Central Bank. The dollar exchange rate with the euro is pretty much at the mean. There's not much of a concern. Okay. Thank you, Hoop. We're buying
Well,
ES.
Andre,
Yeah, let's hit it.
as we I want to get some news out before we go to Powell. We've mentioned some of it already, but you want to do that?
Yes, please. Let's do it.
Oh, right. You already mentioned the Fed watch, but let's see it in bar graph form in all its glory. Going into this 71.3% chance of a rate cut of a quarter point at the September meeting. This will, I imagine, change today. Maybe not huge because the data is still coming out between now and then on inflation, employment, stuff like that. But that's where we stand. It was, I think, 90+% sometime last week. Next, this scares me. This scares the shit out of me. Zero date options. All right. Yesterday, 69% of XPX contracts were zero date, making a new all-time high ahead of Jerome Powell. Look at this chart here. This goes back to 2018. Wow. Zero date options were like 10%, and it has been steadily climbing almost to 70% of all the contracts traded were zero date options. That is staggering.
Wow.
That means, those are contracts that expire that day. So take that for what you will. And then, as I mentioned, we're cooking still to the upside here.
Yeah.
Here's Jerome Powell at the airport yesterday. What do we think about this, Andre?
Is he flying
Does this
commercial?
look like a guy? What's up?
He needs coffee.
Is he flying commercial? I figured he'd be flying private. Looks relaxed, casual. Looks like he's ready
I
to
think
sail.
he looks like, I don't know. I think he looks like someone who's ready to go postal or something. Can you still say that? They don't really do that anymore. You don't see postal folks doing that. But
Oh,
I don't know. He doesn't look super. I don't think he looks super happy.
looks thrilled to be there. Yeah, looks like he's about to go 10. He's been going 10 rounds with DC. With DC.
Exactly. And then on Wall Street Bets, just for today, I found here's our Powell Dovish Hawkish signal
sweet.
chart bingo card.
Okay.
So some bullish things to look for. We remain patient. Grandpa Powell telling bedtime stories, smiles and chuckles. Some bearish things. Good afternoon. Says here instant minus 2% in the SPY.
Here's the morning.
Okay, here's a good one. Adjust glasses is bullish. Adjust tie equals tightening.
Ooh, oh.
Yes. So
look at that.
We'll see if we hit any of these today. But with that, we're giving it a little bit back in the ES. So let's go back to the markets. We got about 14 minutes until the big speech.
Good stuff, Jack. I love it. Yep, a little pullback here in the NASDAQ, 23,303 last trade. 30 points off the highs there. Yes, 6 points off the highs, trading 64.21. Doom. It's going to wait, stay patient, or you still looking for perhaps a setup?
Jack brought up the 0xpx options and then the Reddit bingo card from Wall Street Bets. Yep. These are the people, either one, somebody's really manipulating the market with large zero expiration options, or the degenerates are getting good, which I'm more inclined to believe.
Getting good.
You know what
That's how I
see
switched to futures. I just got tired of the zero DTE and no theta here. If it chops, you don't get drained. I love it.
That's why I think that, I talked about how I think that on a day-to-day thing, that the options really lead this market quite a bit because there are just so many of them out there. Lost myself in a train of thought there. I had something brilliant to say, Andre. I got to think for a few seconds. I'll get back to you.
No, I want to ask you about that. The options are driving this. How, for those that are wondering, how would that work? How would the options market affect the futures? Options move first, then futures?
Yeah, it's more that so let's use an example right here. We're at like 6,400, which is a big fat round number, maybe a little bit above it in the SPX right now. Is if people are piling into zero date call options on there, as it goes through, it will tend to accelerate. People ask sometimes like, who's buying up here? Well, one group that's very much buying is if you are a market maker selling call options, you have to buy as it's going through to hedge your delta. That's options delta, not trading delta. Which we won't get into that, but basically the higher it goes, the more they have to buy. But it also gives incentives to pull the price towards magnets where all the options get crushed. Like, for instance, it might towards the end of the day want to pull it to that 6,400 so they don't have to pay out any of those call options. Now, there are put options too, but I imagine, and I'll research this for maybe tomorrow's Saturday. I ain't doing shit. But Monday, I'd be interested to see what percentage of the volume in zero dates is through something like Robinhood.
Well, Citadel knows that answer.
Anyways, that skews way towards call options.
Oh, the number's so long you can't put it on paper.
Let's get Hoag in here. What is up, Hoag? Happy Friday. Happy Jackson Hole Symposium Day. What are we thinking today, Hoag? Let's take a look at the first 20 minutes of the New York session. What do you got here, Hoag? Because it looked like we sold off of the NASDAQ, but then buyer stepped in here, Hoag. What are we seeing today?
I don't know. All I know is somebody said party, so I popped in.
Howdy.
Party of the party.
Both the S&P and the NASDAQ, if we were to take the 1 minute opening range trade, would have had a short at the bottom. It looked lower just by a couple of ticks, and now it's been all buyers ever since. When we look at the S&Ps, the weekly kickoff low, 1, 2, 3 tries, and we weren't able to bust that level. That is an important inflection level, and now we're starting to see these buyers coming back into this market, whether they are based off of options positions. Yes, there's probably a lot of that going on, but we were unable to break this level. We're looking for longer time frame buyers to adjust inventory, and we're starting to see this market moving higher as we speak. Now, I noticed, Andre, you talked about yesterday the negative delta throughout the day yesterday. Now, was that showing us that there were buyers just kind of scooping up everything as the market kind of continued to push off those lows? Maybe we've started to get some of the adults back in the room to the long side here. That negative delta at the end of the day yesterday was pretty substantial, I think. We did add 13,000 in open interest. You would think that would be new shorts coming in, but those shorts might be shorter time frame into longer time frame longs. If that was shorter time frame shorts coming into this market, they're underwater now. I see, potential visual targets up at 64.33 That's a naked point of control. We've got single TPOs up at 64.5475 for a potential upside target as well. But anything can happen when Powell starts yapping his gums. Who knows what's going to happen?
I'm short
And
one
Powell,
micro
you're in
from 322 and 3 ticks. It's still valid, but this new 1 minute bar should have been the other way. Let's see.
You take a short doom or long at
Yep,
322?
short from 322 and 3 ticks.
Okay, short one MNQ 23,322.75. Last trade.
So much for remaining patient, huh, Doom?
Dip the
Right.
toe.
It's that relative. It's that relative top that I love. It's a 1 minute setup, and I'll switch to it quick, and definitely going to limit my risk here. It's lenient, but this is where the stop should be. I'm risking like $19.50 here.
Oh, okay. Let's do it.
Right up against yesterday's high.
Lunchtime.
If it's going to go, it's going to go now. That's the idea of the setup. You see that instant profit and continuation down, or easy, cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Just cheap.
Like that. All right, a little update to the schedule. For the eco calendar here, we got Powell obviously at the top of the hour. Then 10:30 a.m. Central, we got Hammock scheduled to speak. Out. Push it higher. And then President Trump makes an announcement 11 a.m. Central. Of course, at noon, we've got Baker Hughes, everyone's favorite number. Take a look at some of these prices. You got ES trading 64.25, 2 points off the highs there. NASDAQ, that is. It's printed some new highs, 23,342. Pulled back about 20 points off of that. Dow staying very strong. Right up against the highs, 45,231. All green bars on the 5 minute in the Dow.
I think the 64.20 will be sticky for the next few minutes until we get Powell.
Okay.
Unless somebody knows something.
Take a look at the bonds. Pull up the 10-year here. Any movement over there? Not seeing too much.
Yields are off a little bit this morning, like 3-4 bips, but we're right at 4.3 pretty much, and that's been kind of.
Yep.
They're not very interesting to me there.
I got CL Trader TST streaming Powell. Yes, we are.
Having a watch party today.
We are.
Party.
Big one.
You can't drink all day unless you start in the morning.
Jack ain't doing shit tomorrow, like he said. We'll get that started early here.
That's what I was thinking about that picture of Powell.
Niece's second birthday. What's up, Hoag?
I was thinking of that about that picture of Powell. He looked a little partied out there.
So I have the Jackson Hole. All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes till Powell. Yes, we'll be piping that in. Do not believe there's going to be a Q&A. It's like last year. We're going to keep a close eye on these markets.
This could be a pretty short and sweet speech too. Andre, I think you mentioned that he maybe went 17 minutes last year.
Thereabout. That was under different circumstances. That was telegraphing or quote unquote cementing a 50 basis point cut for that September FOMC meeting. Again, September FOMC meeting is September 17th. September 17th. And okay, 75% probability of a rate cut right now going into the Powell speech. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Piping that in.
All right, for your
Oh.
bingo, some
Oh, yeah.
polymarket things. For his speech, 79% chance. He says good morning. Remember, it is 8 a.m. when he's starting there.
Mm-hmm.
The following words: summer 33%, recession 44%, inflation 50 plus times, 27% chance. Tariffs 5 plus times, 44% chance. And there's your check-in.
A little bit of squaring up here, maybe some profit taking. About 50 points off the highs in the NASDAQ, now trading 23,295.
Well,
Yes, about 8 points off the highs, 64.19. Look at that ladder getting very, very thin.
there's your
Yes, I'm sure
64.20s, Jack.
Yeah.
Right there.
And
Wuss Award.
the short that I took, this is what I wanted to see, but at the same time, I decided to keep it tight, and it's still slipping 1 point.
Besides option market makers, I'm really
Yeah.
curious at who was trying to buy like the highs for breakout 5 minutes before Powell speaks.
Good luck.
Probably just somebody that has to.
Here we got a 290 lot pop in just a point above in the offers. Got taken out, I think, right there in the ES.
Selling coming in here. Wow, that's some sellers coming in. NASDAQ, they're hitting that thing lower here. 23,265. 265 last trade, about 80 points off the highs. Just put it in about 5-6 minutes ago. ES seen selling as well. 64.14, about 13 points off the highs there. Gold not doing too much. Crude not doing much either. Right now, the sellers have come in on the NASDAQ.
There's a lot of volume coming in at this level in the S&Ps. We just saw probably about 6,000 contracts trade between 64.14 half and 64.13 even.
Okay.
And it's being iceberged in. It's there. I've seen very few big up bids or offers there, but the volume is just piling up here.
Yes, it is. We're selling here in the NASDAQ.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't see much just yet. Let's see if we get that video here when ready.
That NASDAQ dome is so thin already.
Yes, it is.
Holy schmokles. It was thin when we were doing the opening call today, Andre.
Yes,
it's like, like looking at this like, wow, there's spreads between the bid and offer already.
All right, I'm going to set my screen up for Powell. I'm taking away my dome.
All right, sounds good.
Clean this up.
That's what I usually do.
Nice.
Also, zoom out so the candle doesn't bust my monitor.
You know, if you put a trend line across it, it'll stop at the trend line.
There we go. Oh wow, look at that.
What
beautiful
color?
feed.
What color?
Is he speaking from that intersection? Like a prophet?
Right? Look at the traffic.
That's cool. They got all
there.
the antler. What would you call that? Antler bridge.
What hit? Did it hit?
Did they release
All right,
the next?
markets are
Oh,
moving, looking
man.
for any headlines. We got buyers coming in here. Buyers coming in here hard right now. Not seeing much on the wire, but huge buying coming in here in the NASDAQ and the ES as well. 6450 just printed in the ES. Dow shot out of a cannon. Gold pushing higher here as well.
Boom.
Gold cooking here. Where's the speech? Hit it.
Wow.
Yep. Not getting anything just yet. Still more buying coming here. Check charts. 23,476. 476. You're shot out of a cannon. We are up about 200 points in the NASDAQ since the top of the hour. ES cooking higher. ES up about 50 points. They are buying this up aggressively. There is volume behind this thing. We got some headlines coming out. Shifting balance of risk may warrant adjusting policy. Here we go. We got headlines coming out. Adjusting policy. There you go. We got magic words that the markets are looking for. Very, very bullish. More buying in all the equities.
Come on,
Wow.
news feed.
Wow.
Give us what we want.
Yeah. Look at that thing. Look at that thing go. All right. Again, adjusting policy. May warrant adjusting policy. 23,515. 515.
Oh, man.
Look at that thing. Gold cooking here higher.
Yup. Things just booming.
Yeah, it is.
NASDAQ back above weekly kickoff low, 23,420.
Oil selling. Yep.
Noticed where it took a pause for now is right at the 6450 SPX level, right here. Let's see if it pushes through.
Shorts closing, maybe?
Could be. Still 71% long in the NASDAQ. Again, huge buying coming out of the gate. Some of the remarks out of Powell sound a bit dovish that like get that rate cut that the equities were looking for, and the president as well still pushing higher here. 23,522 half just printed. We are up about 300 points since the top of the hour. Some of the remarks have been released. Gold pushing here higher, Dow pushing higher, ES, everything is on the move right now. There we go. He is here. He's at the podium right now. Let's bring that in.
Though still somewhat elevated, has come down a great deal from its post-pandemic highs. At the same time, the balance of risks appears to be shifting. In my remarks today, I will first address the current economic situation and the near-term outlook for monetary policy. I will then turn to the results of our second public review of our monetary policy framework, as captured in the revised Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process. It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance of risks. We will never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations, to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a make-up strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021.
You got Trump tweets hitting right now.
Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as a commitment to permanently forswear preemption or to ignore labor market tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to reassess structural features of the economy and to engage with the public, practitioners, and academics on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up, I want to thank President Schmid and all of his great Kansas City staff who work so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic. This is the 8th time I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for Fed leaders to hear ideas from leading economic thinkers and focus on the challenges we face. The Kansas City Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay, there we go. Wow, a lot there. All right, we got Mandy. We'll welcome Mandy in here really quick when she's ready to jump on in. But let's get right into it. Jack, wow, sounds like Dubs. Hey, Mandy, what's going on? Welcome aboard to Fast Markets. I'm going to throw it to you here. I want to get some thoughts from Jack.
Hello.
Jack, thoughts on the Powell speech? A lot there. What are your thoughts? We saw huge moves in the market. What are your thoughts here, Jack?
Well, you can see it was quite dovish. There was a flurry of news going on both sides. We had dueling, we had Powell, we had Trump going at the same time. But yeah, he said a few things that were dovish. Chief among them was the very first thing when he came on. Shifting balance of risk may warrant adjusting policy. That's a call out to cutting rates. And the Fed watch, we saw it go from a 70% chance to a 90-something% chance. Let me see where we're at right now. We're looking, 91% chance of a rate cut in September. Also, we had the yield sell-off, 10-year down. I mean, not the biggest ever, but we're down closer to 4.25 now. Gold took off like a rocket ship. Let me check back in with gold. I had that chart up for a while there.
Yes, it did. Gold shot out of a cannon. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices real quick, Jack. We popped about 60, 70 points in the ES during that speech. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Popped about 350 points. ES topped out at 64.86. Don't forget, all-time highs, 65.08 and 3/4. Hoag, can we get there? What kind of upside targets do you have in index equities or gold? Man, oh man, markets are moving here, Hoag. What are your thoughts on this crazy, crazy day so far?
Well, I mean, I think that the reaction is, of course, the fact that Chairman Powell was quite dovish, if you will. Remember, we just put in these all-time highs last week in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. We've come off quite a bit. I think we just got some good news today as far as potential targets. The only thing higher than the high of the day in the S&Ps that I see as a potential target for today is the last week's high, 65.0875. Now, if you look at this,
all-time high.
this is another verification of the current weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We put in this low this week. So if I take this measurement from here to here, let's just say loosely 62.40 up to the all-time high 65.08, and I take that measurement and I go from the low of this week, it goes right to the weekly kickoff high. Yet another confirmation that is going to be an important level if we get there, or when we get there. I think it's just a matter of time until we do. So I think we got good news. What I really took from Powell, and just a kind of an overall gut feeling about it, is one of his biggest concerns is stagflation. He wants to make sure and support employment, and I think one of the biggest concerns for inflation is probably, you mentioned tariffs a couple of times, not too much, but I think he's basically calling all hands on deck to prevent stagflation. Stagflation is low employment and high inflation. Very, very, very difficult thing to come out of. As far as like the NASDAQ is concerned, let's take a look at the daily on this. Okay.
A little bit.
So we have the all-time high, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row points of contact off that trend line. Where did we just trade up to? Almost to that trend line. Let's take a look at the 30. Did we take out any shorter time frame levels on this move to the upside? Yes, we did. We took out weekly kickoff low 23,420. We're now back above that. That's good news. Naked point of control and some single prints from back here on the 19th of August. But I think the big barrier for continuation of the upside is going to be this trend line, because yes, were several points of contact on that. And if we do, there's a naked point of control, 23,942, and then all-time high above that, and then weekly kickoff high above that, 24,420. Bang.
Go. All right, we are locked in. 5,300 people watch all across the globe right now. Powell just got done speaking, indicating we got rate cuts coming here. Click like, click subscribe, click the bell upper right-hand corner. Doom, number 48 on the big board. Any trades, any prices you're looking at right here, right now?
Short.
What price,
I'm
my
short
man?
one micro from 566.5.
566.
Kind of, falling in that retail trader frame, too high to buy. But I do have a setup if this current 1 minute has to stay under.
Okay.
What do we got? 46 seconds.
Yeah, I would say that we got about 45 seconds. That 1 minute needs to stay under for there to be more of a short bias. I'm just going to say rest of the day, I am looking long. I think this market has been on a downtrend for quite a while. So we are just looking for any good news, and we just need to find a time to BTFD. So that is what I'm looking for. I'll probably just scalp a couple of times on the way up. I'm not looking into really getting anything until we can hold above 600 for the longs. Shorts would have to be below probably 490s. And a candle my 3-minute candle would have to close before that. So that's kind of my overall sentiment. I think we just want to jump onto this train and go with it. Where can we enter? Where's our entry?
Where do we get in? Where do we get in? Look at gold. Gold is not done. Gold up about $40. Yes, you heard that right. $40 since since Powell started speaking. Trump did hit the wires, by the way. We'll get into that a little bit later. We got some more buying coming in here in the ES. About 9 points off the highs. Last trade 64.78. Dow is cooking to the upside. Crude just chilling. Whatever, Crude. You are not the star of the show today. The star of the show is gold, Dow, and Dow, NASDAQ, and the ES. And ES about 25 points away from all-time highs. All-time high is 65.08 in the orders. Doom is short. Andy looking for a push higher here. Jack, any levels we got our eyes on in the ES here on TopstepTV? We are cooking.
Keep an eye on that 64.70, 64.68 level. As we can see, I was talking about the options earlier, and like, where's the first spot in this rally where we met any sort of resistance? Well, it's right there at that next options level. Whether you're going long or short, I feel like, Mandy, if you're looking for a place to go long, around there is not terrible. You kind of will be right big, or you got your stop. Or if you think it's going to turn around, at these levels, there's like a bigger chance for some risk reward when you take the trade, I think. But I'm hands off for now.
Look at gold go.
Also, we didn't mention yet, Trump said that he will fire Lisa Cook if she doesn't resign. So just so everybody knows how that would play out, you can only fire Fed people for cause. That seems to be what they're trying to do. No matter what happens, though, it's going to be tied up forever. Cook has indicated that she is not going to resign. So that'll be tied up for a long time. But people on the Fed do a 14-year term, so this might be something where they're willing to try and fight it to its logical conclusion.
It's 14 years. Okay. Gold. Look at gold go. New highs in gold, 34.17. 34.17. When Powell started to speak, we were trading 33.74. So again, up $40+ in gold. Looks like ES might be trying to cook this thing higher. No pun intended with the cook thing there. NASDAQ trading 23,588, about 50 points off the highs there. Man, oh man. 50-50 on the tilt.
Gold just got a whole new
fundamental shift. Shift, Hoag. Weaker dollar.
Yeah, I mean, lower interest rates makes the dollar cheaper, makes it cheaper to borrow, easier to buy things like gold. Bam.
More dollars.
There it is.
More dollars to buy. Crude trading $63.81. 50-50 on the tilt. Doom is still short. What's the out here, Doom? Did you take any trades while Powell was speaking, Doom?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Mandy looking for 600.
That's usually not a great thing to do.
I'm not
the
so
reaction
keen on the economy thing. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah, well, we can all do a real-time experiment as the Fed probably cuts in September. Keep your eye on the 10-year rate. Compared to stocks and gold and what have you, the reaction in the 10-year was somewhat muted to this. We were at 4.3 before, so just 3 basis points down. Let me share this instead here. This is the 10-year yield on the hour. Not the sort of huge move one might expect.
Heads up, they might pop this ES. Well, let's think about this. Earlier in the week, it was there was the the rumor out there that Powell was kind of being a little bit more hawkish, right? That he was going to be non-committal coming into this, and we saw a sell-off in the equities. I'm not quite sure how much we did sell off coming into this, but I don't see why we can't unwind. Sell the rumor, buy the news, Hoag? I think that's what we might be seeing here. If we can push this thing higher here. ES 50-50 on the tilt. Dow, very, very strong to the upside. Gold, not done. Mandy, you got your eye on a trade here. The Salt Lake City sniper in the house here on this Friday.
I'm looking to I'm going to enter in here real quick. Real close stop and TP. Just a few points, actually. Not many.
Did you catch it? Are you in? Mandy
want the
Ann.
push right now if
Okay.
we are going to get it. With an upper target probably at 12 or so. Feels a
612.
little poor, but I am feeling like this is going to test our highs, or at least get to the top of this wick where we were had that pullback. So yeah, let's see how this plays out here. Looking for this kind of a here and now. Might cut it when it comes if there's a couple minutes and I'm not seeing the action that I want. I'm a sniper. I like to get in. I like to get out. I like momentum, increase in volatility or volume. So that's kind of how I do it. So this is looking really good to want to try these upper highs.
Okay. Yes, maybe make another push here higher. 64.81 and a half.
We're looking at all-time highs. It'll be about the same. I usually like to look at the SPX or the spot market for it. Since we hit all-time highs just on the 14th, so just a week, there's not a big difference between that. So the all-time high you see in your chart in the ES is about what the all-time high would be in the spot market, maybe just a few points beyond that.
I think we're going to get there. Can we put up a poll? Put up a poll in the chat. Are we going to see all-time highs today in the ES? That'd be 6508.75. Will we get to all-time highs in the ES today? 20 points to go. 22 points to go. Got a 600 lot to the upside. 64.85 on the ask in the ES.
And I'm out another 300 on the board this morning.
Very nice.
And out. Well done,
Nice job.
Andy.
How I do
Andy
it?
will be. Wow. Chat is saying no.
Boy,
Chat is saying no.
Just came and got you and fell off right off that, didn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was looking. I was looking for a test of this top wick here. So, we touched it. I made sure it was like a tick or two below that. Maybe even $1 below that. And that's kind of where I look for my targets with these quick snipings is the wicks or even candle bodies.
Sniper.
Pew. All right, poll is up. Will we see all-time highs in ES today? And that price is 65. Can we get the price? 6508.75. 0.75 would be all-time highs. Get your votes in. Currently trading 64.84. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
I am
all-time
too,
highs
Andre,
in
because I want it
ES.
to happen.
Yeah, that's right. It'd be good for the story. It'd be
And
good for the show, Hoag.
Slow
Good for your 401k.
Slow grind Friday.
I think we
Right?
get it. I think we'll get it. I
No,
think we will.
I feel like these days where we have any type of good news or any start to a trend without news, especially on a Friday, we go that way. But ACH, anything can happen.
That's
We've seen
right.
wild
ACH.
stuff in these markets.
ACH indeed. Trump speaks to reporters. I believe that has already taken place. We have an announcement from Trump at 11 a.m. Central. Fed's Hammock scheduled to speak at 10:30 a.m. Central, so about an hour. That would be on CNBC. But right now, markets are holding around the highs here.
Doom, you still short?
Yeah, I'm in with one micro. I'm willing to see it play out.
Sure. Where's your CYA? Where's your CYA on that?
Oh, it was down at 415. But if it starts falling from up here, we could see lower. My setup is still at play.
You have a stop
Even
in?
though, I do. It's 660. 23,660 is where my stop is.
Okay.
Chilling. I was debating on adding here on this stop, but I just adding to the lows there. No. You said Trump is going to be speaking right about now too?
11 a.m. 11 a.m. He did start speaking.
Yeah, that's too close to apply size. Now,
just relax, have a smoke.
He's
right.
Water those palms.
Enjoy the show. It's Friday.
Absolutely.
It's been a decent week for me. No complaints. I got so many things done around the house following Coach Robin's advice from your show. I got a bid list, and most of the repairs, it's who gets it done around here. I don't call people. Got the tools and get out and get it done. Got to repaint my mailbox too.
Repaint the mailbox. Love it. You saw the to-do list from Doom in the house, number 48 on the big board. I got the 700 lot up at 64.85 in the ES. We're about 4 points away from that. Get another push here to the upside. What's going to go first? Dow's definitely just grinding hard. 45,671 new highs printed in the Dow. Looks like the ES might be testing new highs here.
Not far behind.
2 points to go. 2 points to go.
I'm long. Looking for a quick test. I'm only scalping like 5 points, you guys.
What price you get? Just in and out.
17.
Okay. 617.
Okay. Candles are these candles are moving so much that
amazing.
I'm not able to. I have to like really zoom in.
Hey,
the ATR is quite high.
This is a sniper's dream right here, right now. Getting that volatility, getting the volume. We got some sound like trying to hold it up at the 64.86s. Oh, Jack.
600s are not looking too hot.
Interesting. Let's see what they want to do here.
I like return to 64.70.
Who is going to get in the way? All right, we got the poll. We killed that poll. Here we go. 500 votes in the poll. Will we see all-time highs in the ES today? 56% saying yes, we will. I think we will too. Market's just digesting a little bit right here.
Yeah, it was just a difference in expectations. Powell was more dovish than was expected. The market always has its own spirit, but if we were to hit all-time highs, that would be a pretty big move for a change of, like 70% to 90% in the odds of a quarter point rate cut.
Blue Boy saying this is.
I don't like that we didn't hold above 600. There is a 50 lot at 620. I'm hoping that it's gone now. Yeah, let's see right here, right now, if we can, probably in the next 30 seconds, if we can hold above 600s. This one might be a time entry. Again, we didn't push all the way up, so that's kind of where my mind's going here. We'll give it another 15 seconds or so.
How are we looking on Delta?
S&P Delta positive 12,000. NASDAQ positive 1,600.
Damn, just buy.
Mm-hmm. Both hands.
That's right. Both hands indeed. 6 points off the highs in the ES. That NASDAQ ladder, very, very thin.
Yeah.
Double tick wide spread as well. Any volume on this? They're going to keep saying.
Guys, get out and push, will you?
Looking a little better.
We're going to.
Yeah.
We're going to.
Mhm.
Positive Delta, GK. Yes, that means market orders are coming in and lifting the offer. Aggressive buyers are coming in with more business to do. Just buying it up.
There we go. This looks good.
Yeah, we're going to keep going.
I'm going to push to 20, probably about 25. So that's where the next little window is of some contracts. We got 41 contracts. If we don't get this push here, I might just want to take a scratch. Kind of getting that stop again. Let's see here. Give it a couple more seconds.
Dow's doing the work. Dow doing the work. Dow new highs, 45,684. Mandy. Hang in there, Mandy.
I know this momentum is just right here, right now. Sometimes it takes a second to decide, but
I'll pop it.
I'll probably close out of it and then it'll come and tap me out. But let me see here.
See, the thing with Mandy, she's a sniper.
Everybody.
She's a sniper. He trades longer than 4 or 5 minutes. It feels like an eternity for her, but the trade's still valid.
Yeah.
Still in this.
I think I'm gonna try to get as close to scratch as I can here. Yeah, I'm not loving it. We're just not pushing that moment. I was looking for the momentum continuation. So I mean, now we're probably tapping here.
New
Let's see if
highs,
we can hit
yes.
to 25. Yep, we hit 25. So we're fine. I was a few seconds early, but that's okay. I just didn't like the acceptance of risk at that point because I was in that a little too long. But if you guys helped, great, good job. Go for it. Go you.
Go you,
Not
she
my risk
says.
appetite.
Go you.
Go you, she says. Go you indeed. New highs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm also a little bit more tight and more don't want to hang out too long because we are in such a weird day with Powell speaking. That always adds quite an interesting dynamic to the markets. We are in a Friday, so I just don't want to hold on to things I don't love. So again, we're not breaking this high yet. Let's see if we can, but we are also holding on a 1-day trend line. That's this blue line. It's at a very not angle, long angle right now, but that's another key point that I'm kind of looking at. So yeah, I think shorts could be valid here if in the next minute, or I guess 2 minutes, I like my 3 minute. If we have a red candle in 3 minutes, or sorry, excuse me, 1 minute and 50 seconds, then I think shorts are valid at that point.
Crude sold off about 30 cents there. Last trade, $63.66. Looks like we got the grind going here, grinding higher in the ES. 64.89 just printed. NASDAQ grinding as well. Dow, just look at the 5 minutes, all green bars for the last 40 minutes or so.
Well, the house is still along, I think, 5 micro crude oil, 63.72. We're along the only thing that didn't sky after Powell's speech.
New highs,
Weaker dollar.
yes. Coming up.
Yeah.
Coming up
Right,
at 6,500.
18 points, all-time highs. 18 points from all-time highs. Again, the ES, we are up 80 points. 80 points since Powell started speaking. We were trading 64.12. We're currently trading 64.91. 91 there.
See the
NASDAQ.
ear horns.
NASDAQ up.
Ear horns up.
4 points since Powell started speaking. We were trading 23,269. Just put a new highs, 23,647. Those asking all-time highs in the NASDAQ of 24,068. Still got some work to do before we get there. 50 on the tilt. What do we have in store next? Doom still in this trade. 1 micro. No biggie.
Chilling. There's a big order at 650. If it comes, picks it up on the ask. If it picks it up and shoots through, good. I'm willing to add one there. So this phenomenal move from Dolby. And won't be about it for the day, but still kind of iffy. I feel kind of sus that the boys with the options would cash out and go buy Lambos today and have a start of a great weekend.
Is it a Lambo kind of day?
If you had zero expiration down here at what was it, 540s on the NASDAQ QQQ? Oh yeah, buddy.
We might have some more bullish news for equities here from Canada. Canada is to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products.
Indeed. Also, TikTok.
I saw
They
that.
keep TikTok open. Apparently, they have American buyers, but
they found their way into
who
the
they are or
news.
what they are, I don't know.
They found their way into the news. Incredible. 600 lot up at 64.90 in the ES on the ask. Anything else up here? Where do we get in? 64.88 last trade. 50 on tilt, and Dow continues to grind higher. 45,735.
All right, here's a little push down. Let's see how.
This might be it.
Whoa, my dog.
Sure, guys,
The dog.
I've had
Happened there.
it started storming outside. I'm sorry, guys, and I had issues with my internet the past couple of days. So if I disappear,
All good.
Don't worry, I'll be
It's
fine.
not the hurricane. It's not the hurricane, though.
Yeah, it was pretty stormy, and I had
Nice
no internet
dog.
for about almost a day.
Nice pooch.
Now or never.
New highs in gold, 34.21.
Luna got a haircut, you guys, so she's not as fluffy as she was, but she doesn't like
Look at
seeing
that
other
nice
dogs
doggy.
going for walks. So sorry about that. She's a good girl, though.
No worries.
23,612. Now 614's trade in the NASDAQ. Can we get another push to the upside here? Are the dip buyers going to jump in?
The dip buyers,
This is a tricky
you say?
spot here.
This would be your dip. This is about as big of a dip you're going to get.
I know, right?
Really?
5 points. Yes.
Push, another push. I think we're going to do it. What do we have? 55% saying yes, we won't get to all-time highs in the ES. Well, we got 20 points to go. Anthony Taylor in chat says gold overbought. Gold overbought.
Priscilla in the chat, 6,500 SPX. That is just above the all-time highs if we get there.
Yo, come on, another push here. Another push. It's going to be zombie rally today. What do we have? We got hammock. What's the euro doing? Hoop. I can't look at the euro right now. What's 6E doing after that?
So I have an EMA moving average cross here. Yellow popped on top, so that is my moving average. It's a 10-day. Popped over the EMA. It would validate along, but look at how quick it was that we just had green pop on top. So the EMA pop on top. So for that reason, kind of a little tricky with how close these are. That's kind of one of my signals that I know a lot of people have been asking about. But again, with the volatility and the ATR today, it's a little trickier, but I do anticipate us having that little bit of a pullback here with that yellow popping on top. So yeah, let's see what happens here at 600. I'm really interested to see here how we hold above this in the next 3 minutes. I think we are going to continue to go up and to the right on a Friday.
Right. Speaking of that, gold just putting in new highs. 34.22. Gold up $50. $50 since Powell began. Again, those are just tuning in. Powell indicating that rate cuts will be a policy adjustment, to quote Chairman Powell, essentially saying we got rate cuts coming. Well, Jack, what's the probability? We're up around 90% or so. That'd be closer to 90.
Yeah, I mean, right now for the September meeting,
we gotta be
91.2%. I think more interesting would be to look at. We only have 3 more meetings this year. We have a September, October, December. Hold on. Let me compare.
How much time?
So the odds of 3 rate cuts has jumped from 25% yesterday to nearly 40% today. 2 is still nearly a 50% chance of that being implied for December.
Jack, do you think any of this was political? The political pressure got to them at all? Or the data truly does warrant this? I keep seeing inflation sticky. I see a lot of comments saying inflation sticky.
Only Powell knows for sure, right? I think it's perfectly defensible to have a cut. Like, it's a tough position. I don't understand why these people want the job. We will see more. I mean, notice how he said things like May and things like that. I think we still got to see what the data is that comes out between now and the September meeting. We'll get another unemployment report. We'll get another CPI. That'll tell the tale. I'm very interested in the next CPI number.
I sold one.
Do we feel like there was some political pressure? Some political pressure influenced the speech today?
I don't know. I think Powell's a pretty confident individual. I don't think political pressure, specifically from Trump, I don't think he gives two craps so much about what Trump thinks. But yeah, I think it's a very tricky spot where it's he's got quite the job that rocks.
Thread the needle.
Basically, it's insane.
Doom, put on your tinfoil hat. Was there political pressure into the statement at all? a hint of it, a
I'm
sprinkle of it.
sure after he was done, if he looked at the charts, he was like, "Whew!" It pumped.
I thought, "You happy, boss?" That's the way he looked. He looked at the chart. And go, "You happy
Right?
now,
There's
boss?"
certainly, I mean, there certainly
I'm
is
getting cooked
political
on this
pressure,
trade here.
but the thing is, like when he didn't raise last time, he was much more in the sights then. Remember? Got something in my throat. He
Yeah,
was
the
much
July
more in the
miss.
sights. That's when, like, it's like they've moved on to trying to fire other board members now, right?
Poll is up. Was there some political pressure on Jerome today on interest rates?
Oh yeah, getting cooked.
Let's get that wording dialed in there.
I'm all in
We're
it with
grinding
him.
higher here.
We
I tried
are.
shorting
I
and it picked up a 600 lot on the ES. I'm standing in front of it.
Yep.
There's more money above. This will probably
64.90.
start keep on grinding higher. Can piss against the wind.
I think we're just gonna keep doing a slow grind with little pullbacks here. I mean, earlier we had, quite a 100-point pullback, but let's look here. I think, 2 candles. Yeah, we're probably looking at around 30 points. We could see little pullbacks for re-entries and push higher is kind of what I'm going to anticipate the rest of today to go. But yeah, you guys, I feel super bad. I have a very, very important family situation coming up here that I need to attend to.
No worries.
But I do want to invite you guys to all join us at the Ladies' Day for Reversal Challenge. So I will be joining you guys a little bit later this afternoon for Reversal
Mandy?
Challenge. See how it'll
Mandy?
go.
Seeing yes, it'll be Mandy, it'll be Anne Marie, it'll be Dr. V. I will try to referee that thing. But yes, we will see Mandy in the reversal challenge later on today. The final hour of trading here on Topstep TV. Mandy, thanks for jumping on. You got to bounce.
Hey, thank you guys. Sorry it's so
Bye,
short,
Mandy.
but happy to always spend some time, snipe it away, green on the day. I don't anticipate me trading anymore. So actually, why don't we do something smart? If you guys all love this, I'm going to go ahead and do a manual lockout for the rest of the day. Here we go. We're going to lock it up. Green on the day, green on a Friday, and
Done.
we'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thanks.
Well done. All right,
Mandy takes 2 green trades and bails. Awesome.
That's how you do it. There you go. Salt Lake City Sniper. Living up to the name. Okay, we got the poll up. We can take it down. 71% saying yes, there was some political pressure that influenced that speech. Maybe. All right, we got Euro close, bottom of the hour. The Dow is just relentlessly grinding up and to the right. 45,744, up about 600 points since Powell began. Doom, still in this thing, man.
Oh no, I flat. No, I tried ES.
Okay.
Against 600 and some lot. I'm manually flattening it out. This is even if it plays out, I won't be so mad because my setup was starting to slip, and I don't want to slip as well. Just against the wind, stay and try to short the market that just rallied over 400 points on NASDAQ. Trying to stay smart. The less I lose, the more I've made.
Yeah. It's a Friday. We're almost too close to the all-time highs. Shout out to Nassim if we do. He said He said in 2 weeks. So I don't know. I guess we have to wait until 2 weeks are up before we vindicate his call. But we're almost too close to the all-time high for me to want to take any shorts.
I think we're going to get there. Again, all-time highs in the ES, 65.08. And the order is about 18 points to go to get there. We got NASDAQ trading 23,622, about 20 points off the highs. Gold up about $50 as Powell began. All right, it looks like the markets are taking a bit of a break. Maybe there might be some more gas in the goose to the upside. That being said, JD, come on in. P&Ls and payouts. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Take a guess. What's the only market that didn't move during that whole debacle? I don't know why I call it debacle. Anyway,
crude oil.
We're long crude oil, and we're still at our entry price from that opening range breakout trade. So very little movement in crude. House account still long. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here are the top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Up at the top, Michael G, number 14 on the big board, trading the NQ. All 5 of these traders traded in the NASDAQ yesterday. So Michael G, number 14 on the big board, $12,475 in profits. Braden C, you've seen him right here on TopstepTV. He joins us for Fast Markets every once in a while. Number 17 on the big board, $10,026 in profits yesterday. CFT0718, I don't even remember his real name anymore. Number 221 on the big board, $6,900 in profits yesterday. Brian B, number 11 on the big board, $4,843 in profits. And Nestor G, pocketing a cool $4,500 trading the NQ yesterday. Those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. We've got some payout numbers too. Some decent payout numbers. Look at Muhammad up there at the top, number 33, $63,000 payout for Muhammad yesterday. He's having a great week. Big shout out to Muhammad. Crude, number 12 on the big board, $21,500. Keynote, number 13, $12,950. No movement on the big board again. He has held that number 13 rank on the big board for 3 consecutive days now. Mods, 23 on the big board, $6,319 in the pocket. And Isaac R, number 81, $1,250. Going into the pocket, going into the weekend. Great job to all of these live funded traders. I'll be back in a bit with a little more for you.
Thank you, JD. Thank you very much. Nicholas Rennell in the chat. So when do we think the rate cuts are going to happen? How big are they going to be? And can we get some guesses? Sounds like the rate cut's going to happen on September 17th. 25 basis points. Good question. But the question remains, is there going to be anything more than that after that, Jack? Looks like we got another. We're pricing in 2 rate cuts.
Yeah, the most likely path right now, and remember, these things change. They've changed a hell of a lot this week, is a half point in cuts in total by the December meeting this year. I just want to point out, because we haven't mentioned it, the friggin' Russell, of all things, is up 4% right now.
I think I saw all-time highs in the chat. Is that true?
What's up?
All-time highs? I saw someone in the chat saying all-time highs in the Russell. Is that true? Did we get all-time highs in? What are I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you what that price is.
I'll check the spot. 1 second.
Might get another push here. Hey, Dow finally found a little bit of... Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, rate sensitive indeed. Good call, Brad Sims. Absolutely.
They are.
Not even close. Okay, not even close, says Kieran. Another push here in the NASDAQ. Well, ES followed. Dow finally found a little bit of sign. By a little, I mean a little. We're talking about 30 points in the Dow.
No, sir. The high in the Russell is actually a big, fat old double top that happened 4 years apart. Remember, it has not gone anywhere. Actually, it technically hit its all-time high in November of 2024, but it hit that same all-time high pretty much in November of 2021. So it's been a rocky few years in the Russell.
Okay.
It is right up against like September contract high. I think it's a new September contract high, but not all-time high.
Gotcha. Thank you, Hoag. New highs ES. New highs NASDAQ. ES. New highs 64.93 just printed. 15 points, all-time highs. Can we get there? Who's our guy? Jack, you kept the receipts. He said all-time highs within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That was earlier this week, correct?
Yes, Nassim, I called him out earlier, but to be, I don't know if this is being like a lawyer or pedantic, he didn't say within 2 weeks. He said in 2 weeks, and that was yesterday. So we got 12 days for this to play out.
I think we got about 2 hours before this thing happens. Let's see. Let's see if we get there. Come on. All right, look at NASDAQ tapping on some new highs for the day. 23,650 ES. Just grinding. Doom, where do we get in? It's going to be zombie up. What's up?
My short was based on potentially getting that bigger pullback on the 15-minute chart, which not getting. Stair stepping and slow. Scary stuff. I'm waiting for a pullback. Waiting for a pullback. I might jump on a small time frame trade, but not yet. This is trend wave 3 on the 1 minute. Wave 2 and wave 4 are the ones that are high probability longs. So waiting for my moment. Hope I don't miss it.
We get to 6,500. What time does Trump talk today? Scheduled for 11 a.m. Central, 55 minutes from now. Well, it says Trump makes an announcement. Did have an announcement yesterday or the day before. Created a chief design officer. What was the headline? We do have Hammock speaking at the bottom of the hour. That is a Fed speaker. Hammock speaks on CNBC at the bottom of the hour. Gold just printed new highs. 34.23. Gold up about $50. That's you heard that, $50. Well, that's because the lower interest rates, weaker dollar, takes more dollars to buy gold. Be part of it. Doom is not.
There is
Doom is out of that.
It's now into a huge session gap. Gold is. Gap goes from August 8th to August 11th. And to close this session gap, price would have to get up to 34.7730.
Okay. That'd be $100. We'd be up $100.
There is one visual target on the way, 34.5280. One of those tasty little points of chill.
About to.
Long?
I think we're going to push into the high and pick these large orders on M&Q and keep on running.
What price you get?
602 even. Wait, I'm sorry. That's where my
602s?
Stop is.
Oh.
No, that's where my stop is. Probably a better entry though. 642. 642. 641 and 3 ticks.
All right.
Hey, bought the top.
No, hold on. Hold on. We got Euro close 23 minutes. 23 minutes. Here's your call 5-point pullback in the ES here, Jack. 64.88.
Well, once again, I got to show one of my favorite charts.
What we got?
Here we go. We'll see when we get a minute to go to my screen. If there's a problem with that, just let me know. Here it is. I showed this a while back. This is the SPX. We're at the high end of this channel. The hell of a big one.
What price would that be?
I mean, right here, right now. I mean,
Okay.
this isn't. When I showed it before, I said this isn't something you would trade on a intraday time scale, right? Because,
right.
I mean, look, this is the COVID drop. This is the inflation scare. This is the tariff tantrum. This is a very, very wide chart.
The tariff tantrum.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Braden again. Braden up $7,000 today.
Hey, Braden, he was up
Braden
10 grand
locked in.
yesterday.
Braden locked in. Again, there, Doom. Doom, what's the what are we looking at here? Upside, Doom. Take a vigorous swig. To the moon, Kakumba. Let's go. All right, let's go.
750. At least 750.
750.
750.
Oh, you got anything? Actually, upside.
751 and above. Maybe 24,000 if God's willing.
Yeah, I mean we're right up against that trend line on the daily, off the high. I mean, right at it. If we can bust out of that, I can certainly see more upside. 942. Another 300 points. I don't know about today, but that's the next visual target I see. We got to get through this trend line.
You got those Top Step daily levels pinned to the top of the chat here, or you click on that indicators tab. Top Step X, type in Top Step daily levels and have those slapped overlaid right there on your charts.
3, 4.
Right.
This is the leg here. New 5-minute candle just open. 20 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Also Euro close. Also hammock schedules to speak at the bottom of the hour. Guessing this is strategic to have hammock come out after the Powell speech. To perhaps maybe walk it back, or we'll just confirm. We'll see.
It's a good question,
I'm having
Andre.
one of those. I don't know if I had a head injury at some point, but I swear hammock came out of nowhere for me. I just did not
Name?
have someone named Hammock on my mind at the Fed.
They're all interchangeable. I don't know what city is hammock from. Certainly can find that out. But here we go. A little push here. The buyers did step in the ES. They got in around 87.
If
And
it
we're trading
starts
64
pushing
maybe.
and gives me another leg, I'll add.
I like it. Point off the highs. ES.
Come on, go get
The
it.
NASDAQ follow.
Go get it.
8 points from the highs there.
Come on.
Hoag, how's Delta looking, Hoag?
In the NASDAQ 2100 positive, 14,000 positive in the S&Ps.
Gobbling this thing up. Gobbling this thing up. Thank you, JD. Beth Hammock, Cleveland, representing the Cleveland Federal Reserve Bank. Thank you, JD. Bonds new highs. Let's take a look at rates. What's the 10-year? We got to be under 4.3 at this point, right?
Yeah, we have been since the Powell thing. 4.25 on the dot in the 10-year yield.
Mission accomplished.
And that's
Got one-
what we'll
one
want
more.
to, if we want to watch how this policy plays out for like the rest of the year, let's keep an eye on the 10-year as we cut rates.
Looking for that yield to go lower.
Well, we hope so. I mean, the 10-year is the thing that's going to be most tied to mortgage rates.
Sure. What was that? Something just came in on the ask in the ES. What was that? 64.87. Just saw it came in offered about, we'll call it 300-400 lot. Did get filled. Did get lifted.
Another
500 lot downside.
Yep. I mean, I think we're
One I
still
might have.
seeing, we're still seeing more liquidity above the market in the S&Ps than below.
What's that telling you, Hoag?
Maybe by a little bit. Well, if we're going to get liquidity, we're going higher.
Okay. How do we? What would the setup be for perhaps taking a trade with that information? If then's if.
Well,
It's 84.
so
It's 84 in the orders filled.
So we had a potential failed upside auction failure. Okay. We closed above the initial balance high, 64.86 and a quarter, and opened the next 30-minute bar above it. Okay, that says that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. So the long kind of becomes the initial balance high. If we can hold the initial balance high, we could see this market continue this push to the upside to go and get that liquidity. We're not seeing that so much happening that well in the NASDAQ, although we're not coming off of that high very far. So I still like longs up here, and just using that initial balance high to look for longs for continuation allows you to limit risk.
What price would that be again?
Initial balance high, 64.86 and a quarter, right here,
right there.
Yep. So, and if we look at the NASDAQ, I mean, NASDAQ did not close that 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, but it's pushed back up above there, and it's right up against that trend line. Man, we really need to bust that trend line if we're going to see any hope of continuation higher. I think in any of the equities, we got to see that trend line break, because I mean that's off the all-time high. Point of contact, 3 points of contact, holding below it, right back up to it, and it's really struggling there because. Andre, we say this all the time. We're not the only ones looking at that. So you got some traders that are probably looking into some shorts up at that level. So they're just placing orders, looking to get short. And if they do, exhaust the buyers up here, then maybe we pull back into the range. But if the buyers remain strong, we could exhaust the sellers up here, and those sellers would then become liquidity for all their stops above that level. S&P is just hanging right at that IB high. This is a tough trade to take. Where's the real risk on it? It's there's a lot of places that you could probably put your stops below here in the S&Ps. There's a lot of space down there.
I mean, sounds like we got a little sub going on here. We got that 600, 500, or that 600 lot sitting on this 64.84 in the orders. Here's 64.87. Got IB high. Where would you put the risk?
Probably below the bottom of the previous 30-minute bar at this point. So that would put our stop at 64.71.75. So we're looking at some significant risk on this. But we don't really have to take that here. Let me look at something else here. 75.
Doom is in long from 23,642. Let's trade 23,626.
I mean, there is a low volume node right below the IB low here at 64.85 quarter. That's really tight risk though. It would have to go now for that to really kind of play out. Okay, we're back above the IB high in the NASDAQ. Doom, you're long.
Yeah, I'm thinking that either I bought into that bigger pullback that I would have been waiting on, or it's gonna be a blink and you miss it type of thing, and we just shoot from here.
Right.
So
don't really.
Hey, risk is good. Location is decent. If it goes, it goes.
We might get it here. Again, all-time highs in the ES, 65.08 in the orders.
So on a shorter time frame, you could limit your risk on a long at about 64.82 in the S&Ps. Look at how nicely it's holding that IB high as support on a 5-minute chart.
Well, we got about 10 points to go in the SPX to hit all-time highs. And we got 26 points to go to the 6,500 SPX. Which, for those playing Reversal Challenge later, not a crazy place for us to end the day if we keep rallying.
Reversal Challenge. Who's on the Reversal Challenge again? We got Anne Marie, we got Mandy, we got Dr. V. The ladies take over. Sometimes there it is. Look at that. Fatima as well. Sometimes we're going to see some all-time record high simulated profits. That's practice accounts only, purely for entertainment, just to have a little fun to take us into the weekend. Again, that is ladies to the Reversal Challenge. 2 p.m. Central, the last hour of trading. All right, let's take a look at some of these other markets. We did see crude sell off a little bit. Well, 63.45, up about 15 cents from there, 63.60. NASDAQ, a little bit of a holding pattern here, 23,632. And once Powell started, popped about 400 points. Yes, you heard that, 400 points. We did see some buying coming into the speech as well. Maybe squaring up some positions, but definitely was a bullish sentiment when the chairman began to speak. And we do have President Trump is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. Hammock speaking at the bottom of the hour. That's the Fed speaker from Reserve Bank of Cleveland.
She got someone new in charge of her social media policy or something, because we got a lot of Hammock coming at us in the last couple of days.
PR team strong. Do they have agents? How does that work? They have agents and stuff? It's a different
Good
time.
question.
Different time.
I don't know what kind of staff they have. And it is, I mean, we talked about this other time. There are a lot of things the governors actually do beyond like I'm in Chicago, so I'm most familiar with what Goolsby does.
Mhm.
He's not voting right now, but like for instance, the Reserve Bank in Chicago, you know where that is. That's where he picked up the beige buck, Andre. Actually,
Where's my damn
is in
bitch?
charge of dispensing, collecting, and destroying all the cash that goes in circulation in the area.
Mm. Oh, is that true?
Yeah, you
Physical.
can never bring cameras down there, but I listened to a podcast where they described it. You know, these trucks go in, there's like a big bulletproof glass wall, and they like
Wow. I've
will
seen
put
that
it
one.
down and like
Yep.
spin it around or something like that. It's fascinating stuff.
It is.
Is it like old money that's been kind of beaten up, or
Old and new. So they bring the cash in there and then they grade it to see if it goes back out into circulation or if it gets shredded. And you can get, I believe,
Yes, you
for
can.
free, or you can get bags
Like
of shredded cash there.
It's like confetti.
I think there was a movie about a robbery heist hitting that facility. I forgot the name of it. They were out to get the money out of circulation that was been decided to be destroyed. Interesting.
I like it. Looks like the Ooh, a little selling in there. 64.90 last trade in the ES. Take a look at that NASDAQ ladder. What's cooking over there on the NASDAQ? Wow, what do we got? Something's up here. I got a hundred lot up at 23,650, about 20 points away from that.
Delete this prediction.
Little thicker here. Got some offers stacked in the ES. That 500 lot was pulled. I don't believe it was filled. The bid there in the ES. About on the hour in about 8 minutes. Don't forget, what the president's going to say? President get in the way of this rally with whatever he has to say. I did talk about Zelensky, talked about TikTok, talked about Cook.
I'd love for him to come out and say to the moon, baby, or buy now.
I mean, remember that? Great time to buy stocks.
This is a viable market.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
This is tricky. I wish I had Mandy's persistence to just kind of buy this with short stops. Like, I think, yeah, we probably try and test these all-time highs. We're not there yet in the SPX. Let me check this out.
Point off the highs here. Is like a little more stubborn.
81.3. So we're about 6 or 7 points away. So 6 or 7 points higher than here would be the SPX.
It's now or never for me.
In there. Now, why do you say now or never? Doing why do you say now or never? I heard you talking to yourself. Now or never.
I have a setup. This is the continuation on the 1 minute right here at this price. If it fails, this would be that pullback I would anticipate and buy later. I bought into it. It's such a key price, man. Hey, that's why we have a stop loss. Apply the risk.
That's right.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Interesting day. Interesting day for sure.
Incredible day.
I'm sure every guru out there had a setup for this pump after the
Every
fact.
who?
Every guru out there on YouTube.
Guru.
Every trading guru that buy my course, bro. This was our setup. Look how much money we made on Discord. You know how it is.
I went long into the Powell speech. Look at this.
Yep.
I got this shit figured out.
Full port.
Really get it. Yeah. Hey. Go full booming. 50 a lot.
Arthur Gill says, and 90 minutes later, we are in a 7-point range. Gross. Stay patient. You think we're done, Arthur? We got more. There's more to come. These markets aren't done. Just simply digesting. I can see some people saying bull flag up here. Or some people say forming a in the top here. What's that delta looking like, Hoag? Still positive in the ES.
Yep, 14,200 positive in the ES, 1,700 positive in the NASDAQ. A little bit of selling coming in up against that trend line in the NASDAQ. That could be liquidity higher.
Still looking long.
S&Ps are. NASDAQ is really in a pickle here.
Pickle indeed.
Pickle, you
All right.
say?
Yes.
Indeed, pickle. All right. We got 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour. We got a hammock also scheduled to speak. We got the president. President just says, all right, give me a mic. Markets are crushing it today, but I still want to speak. Okay, James, come on in. What a morning so far. Ooh, James, come on in.
Hey, yeah, it's been quite the morning, and things aren't slowing down here on TopstepTV, even though it may be Friday. Next Tuesday at 1 p.m., join TopstepTV for another edition of Mindset Matters with Robin Dane, known across Wall Street as the Trader's Coach. Robin has worked with professional traders, hedge fund managers, and performers to build confidence, discipline, and mental toughness. Now she's back to take your questions live, sharing practical strategies to strengthen your trading mindset and staying sharp when it matters most. Be there, because in trading, mindset matters as much as the markets. That's going to be next Tuesday at 1 p.m. And we're going to be dropping a form right now in the chat for you to submit your questions to Robin ahead of time. So fill out the form. If you got a question for Robin, fill it out, and then be back here Tuesday, 1 p.m. to see if your question is answered live here on TopstepTV. We love having Robin join us. We had to fast track another appearance because she's just so great. So get your questions in and then be here next Tuesday. Also, while you're in the mind, you're feeling like clicking on links and filling things out, have you heard about the weekly kickoff? That's right, Topstep's weekly kickoff email gets sent out every Monday morning, and it's written by our very own JD. Each edition of the weekly kickoff includes original Topstep content and topics ranging from technical analysis to trading psychology. And if you're not already receiving this email, click on the link in chat and sign up for it now. It's Friday. It'll be in your inbox on Monday. So here is your chance to jump on the bandwagon and get the weekly kickoff straight to your inbox every Monday morning. That's what I got for now, Andre. Throw it back to you guys.
Thank you. Yes. Don't just get one question in for Robin, and get two in, because she goes right through them. Next question. There you go. Pin at the top of the chat. I'm gonna get 2 questions in there. I know Doom, you tuned in. It helped you. You took a day off. You got your mind right. What did you gather from Robin Dane? Hoagland Robin Dane. What did you gather specifically that really helped you?
Just the stories, because most of the thing that she talks about, I relate to. I've experienced. I've either learned on my own or read elsewhere. But it's trading such a job. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. The struggles we walk in and endure are the same. It's so weird. It doesn't matter who you are. It's same emotions, decision making. I've moved my stop 3 times so far just because it was right at VWAP and all that stuff. Also, the manual labor. I really like that part because I used to do that and I stopped for a little bit, and it's been key for me, getting out in the sun and getting stuff done, being away from the monitors. It's nice. It's also very personal. Everybody has to find their method to kind of vent and reset. It's not easy. Not easy.
Sure isn't. Hoag, you work with her. What do you get?
Yeah.
Did you get nervous? I asked you, did you get nervous before you jump on with Robin Dane? She's pretty much, she runs the show when she's on there. You got to get prepped, do some stretching.
Yeah.
She's no nonsense.
Do a few push-ups, a couple of crunches, and then I just wind her up and let her go. She's like, all right, next question. Next question. No, we're not done yet. We're going longer.
I love it.
She's fantastic. Love her to death.
You're close. 50 seconds. All right, let's take a look at the schedule. What do we have on tap for the rest of the day on TopstepTV? That is, so of course we got morning recap with Hoag himself after this. And we got Trade with Topstep. We got Quezzy B and Coach J. Love them. Lunchbox Trading. We got Joseph A and Coach Deanna with JD. Top quiz with Jack and Hacker. Jack, have you written the questions out? Can you give us a little bit of a hint of what's to come?
Yeah, you'll just have to wait. The questions have surely been written. It's in. I got 2.5 hours. No, I haven't written the questions yet, but they will be
There you go,
Fair, as always.
Hecker. What have you been studying? And then after that, we do have, yes, Rising Star. We got Justin Decker-Lock. I'll call him JDL, with also JD joining us. And of course, the lady takeover for the reversal challenge, the final hour of the trading week. And of course, at the buzzer, Coach J, Coach Paul. Don't forget, next week, we got NVIDIA earnings. We ain't done. Just getting this thing going here.
Here we go. New highs, ES. Boom. There it goes.
Woohoo!
Hero close, new highs.
Now we just got to bring the
ES.
NASDAQ with us.
Holy NASDAQ follow here.
You can really see with NVIDIA today the benefits of being 8% of the S&P 500 with all these inflows. 'Cause they had some, not so bullish news this morning, but they are up 1.8%, pretty much just like the ES. ES is up 1.65% right now.
Yes, we are. Scratch it.
Literally
VWAP
three
George
lots
and
on
JD.
MA2 right on my
VWAP George. VWAP George and JD. And join myself here. Bitcoin back down at 4.7 move in the wow, Palantir. Okay, how about that? All right, grinding high here in the ES. New high 64.94 core. Ken, what's up, VWAP? I'll see you this afternoon. We'll get to all-time highs. Again, all-time highs 65.08. 15 points, 14 points to go. Triple M says,
come
anyone
on,
buy
am I
that
asking
dip?
for too much?
What are you looking for here, Doom?
751. You know, 751 is what? 80 points from here. I'm not asking for too much.
Just 80 points? Yeah, sure.
Just 80 points and beyond, but 80 points. And if my entry does not become resistance, there's another lot of MAQ right at it.
Gold chilling right now. About a buck off the highs. Got gold pop up $50. $50 after Powell.
Inching towards 6,500 in the ES. They're teasing us with these all-time highs.
We're gonna do it. I think we'll see what happens at 6,500s. We'll see what happens when we get up to 6,500s. Come on, NASDAQ. Wake up, NASDAQ. Got about 20 points.
A little wedge. It's good stuff. Wedge in an uptrend on a very small time frame. This should be that explosive move that I'm looking for. Now or never.
We do this all right. What do we got coming up? Here we go. Hammock. There you are. There you go. It's walking it back. Oh, here we go. Walking it back as expected. Well, I heard Chairman Powell is open-minded about. I heard Chair Powell is open-minded about the policy outlook. What do you mean you heard? You're in the room. I expect inflation and unemployment to rise. Really, the Fed should stick to modestly restrictive monetary policy. Hammock, what are you doing? I heard Chair Powell is open-minded about the policy outlook. What do you mean you heard? I expect inflation and unemployment to rise. Fed should stick to modestly restrictive monetary policy. Hello. That is hilarious.
I'm a lot
I wish
like,
CPI was
Travis
next week.
Oh, that's so funny.
All that economy stuff, just right over my head. I'm nothing on it. So bad on it. Just not understand, but place a decision based on that. Technicals. Simple and
I heard.
It's
That is
so
so
tough.
funny.
All right, Doom, Andre, Jack, I'm going to sign out, get a little prep for the morning recap, getting going here. So always a pleasure to be with you all. Always a pleasure to be with all of you. I'll see you in a few.
All right. See you then, Hogue.
There, Hogue. That is too funny. That was anything else? The break-even rate on jobs we need has shifted materially. Really? The Fed is still
Yes.
missing badly on inflation mandate. Hammock, what is
Hammock from the top ropes.
real? Are you? I heard. What does that mean? I heard. We all
I think
heard.
he was on the phone.
She was tuned into Topstep TV. I love it. I heard.
Hammock, if you're out there, identify yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Come on, NASDAQ. Can we grind this thing higher?
Send it.
Oh, we're grinding for those 6,500. 6,500 is about 5 points to go.
Friday, Friday, Friday. You think Powell's just flying out right now?
Get some laps in. Already like 650. Doom, you're still long, right?
Yeah. I'm barely above break even here. I held through all that heat. Can't give it up now. Actually added and I have a new price, 636.75. I'm in with 3 micros. I'm starting to
Hammock,
dislike
the
this.
Fed needs to be
this
cautious about any move to cut rates.
What is going on? Come on.
I don't know.
They're
gonna.
I mean, it's strategic.
No.
We had a hunch. We had a hunch this may happen. We had a hunch. It's very strategic that they do bring her out. I mean, she notoriously hawk. I mean, what? Incredible. All right, we're getting closing on the 6,500s. Doom still in this thing. We gotta get. What do you say? 750s? You're looking for, Doom?
Yeah, 751
That'd be tight.
and above. Maybe 900s, 24,000. Also, we've seen this before all too many times where it makes the huge impulse and just stays relatively sideways into the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. All right, Crude pushing down a little bit. 63.48. Got low day 63.31. Right, Pug? Yeah, where's Goolsby? It's some Goolsby out for this one.
He's shredding dollars.
Yeah, it's true. Also, this kind of just came and went. We're talking about is this FOMC meeting going to be broadcast live? I haven't seen anything more about that. But Goolsby came out and said it will show the meeting.
It's kind of weird because, to my knowledge, he's the only person talking about it, and he's not a voter right now either.
Like, no one. That's it. That's it.
Is he trying to become an influencer?
This one's. I mean, I hope it happens. It'd be incredible for TV. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, Austin Goolsby, if you're listening, we will 100% set you up with a trading combine if you will come on Topstep TV.
100%.
You can be on every day.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds like I agree. Anything moving here? 50-50 on the tilt. On this range. They're going to tap on these highs. Tap on the highs. Pull back. Tap. Might be the grind going. NASDAQ, a little bit more reluctant to go. Gold, everything's a bit of a holding pattern here. Now, we do know, maybe Hammock put the brakes on this rally. Here we go. The broad picture of financial stability looks good. Thank you. Finally, something good. The job market must be evaluated by a wide range of data. Don't. 489. What did you say?
Oh, yeah, 7-point pullback. Blood in the
did you
streets.
say? Let's see the president. Couple more minutes here on Fast Markets. We got Doom number 48 on the big board. Doom absolutely chilling. Oh, how's Mrs. Doom doing?
Suffered damages.
No.
Which was a win for me. The whole debate was that, hey, everything started with like just chilling all day in front of the computer, and every time I walk in your office, you're playing video games, and you're telling me that this is tough, not easy, la da da, and every time it's just super relaxed and nothing, women. It's like, okay, well, go do it.
Huh?
Conclusion: she admitted that this is not as easy as it looks. She's taking a break. made a little bit of money, and going on vacation for about a month.
Well done, Mrs.
Beginning of
Doom.
September. So, hands off deck for her for now.
Very good. Well done, Mrs. Doom.
And
All right.
for me, this is not as easy as it looks.
It is not. It is not indeed.
Definitely.
We got a few more minutes here in fast markets. We got a morning recap coming up after that, but we had some literally market moving news. Jerome Powell. We got some more news. We got the hard hitting news that only Topstep TV can bring you. No one better than James. James, come on in with that hard hitting news.
That's right. Jerome Powell and I are the same. We both speak and the market listens. Here to bring you the news you need to know to finish off your week. You guys have heard of wine bars, you've heard of craft beer, but time for craft water. A British restaurant is launching the first water menu. The restaurant, which already carries over 120 different varieties of wine, is now introducing a water menu. You have your choice of 4 stills, 6 sparklings, and of course, as much complimentary tap water as you like. If this sounds kind of dumb, it kind of is, but it's working. People are going. I don't know if you guys know this, but sober bars, sober cocktails, non-alcoholic drinks are on the rise as consumers look for more health alternatives without feeling left out at parties and concerts. So people are actually taking to this. They offer tasting menus with their water. You can have a cheese board while drinking different artisanal sparkling waters. It's only a matter of time before this makes it to somewhere in the United States, and I hope Chicago gets a water bar because we will be there reporting live the absolute day it opens. I promise you that. You guys want to go?
Yeah.
In?
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
First,
But-
hold on. I'm putting a massive short on the FTSE, and then I will short the S&P when this comes to America.
Yeah.
Then
Good.
we can have some water.
Then we can have some water, finally. Incredible stuff. UK, you never cease to amaze me.
Water
Talking about amazing, we talked about this in the show yesterday a couple times, but I'm here to give you the full details of actually what happened. Cracker Barrel has lost almost $100 million in value as their stock plunges after their new logo. You've heard a lot of talk, but have you seen the logo? Let's go ahead and throw it up. On top is the newly designed logo. On bottom was the old. What you are seeing is a $10 million valuation loss.
What?
My bigger problem with this is I was talking with our one of our directors in the back, Andrea, was that what I thought we were done with this minimalistic style. I thought this was very end of my college days when all these companies were like, drop the just Facebook, right? But now we're gonna make it so minimalist. And they took out the cracker and they took out the barrel. So
would love to know how much they paid that branding agency to come up with that.
Yeah.
Too much.
Here you go. Got an idea, boss. Bam. What do you think?
You like that?
You like that? Let's go with it.
So
I did.
The article even admits that it's unusual for a company's share price to plunge dramatically due to a logo design, but typically moves like this can shake consumer confidence in their strategy. So that's kind of why the value tanked, is everyone was like, we don't know about this. I need my old guy sitting next to the barrel, otherwise I can't go to Cracker Barrel. And honestly, everyone on here, when was the last time you ate at a Cracker Barrel?
I'd like to ask Anne Marie that question, yeah.
It's been. We used to stop there when we drive to Wyoming, so I guess it's been probably how old am I? It's been like 25 years, I would say.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's my favorite, is when everyone gets all up in arms over something that it's like, when's the last time you ate it? Oh, a decade ago. But damn it, don't change what I know. Anyway,
rage.
Talking about changing what you know. Farewell. We got a Viking funeral for Hooters. Hooters was spotted floating down the Ohio River after closing for good. All that's missing is the bow and arrow with the flaming arrow to shoot it across the river and hit it. If you go to the next picture, here's a little bit a better image of it. Seriously, they put Hooters on a boat.
Oh, they
and
sure
towed
did.
it through the Ohio River.
Oh my god!
Eddie fired the arrow.
From the bridge. They shoot the arrow from the bridge. Demolishing it is not good enough. They put it on a barge and they sent it downriver. Missing from this photo are the hordes of peoples crying, waving, giving their final salutes to the fallen hero. If you're wondering why they did this, the article suggests that they're actually taking it to a scrapyard downriver for whatever reason, it's better just to destroy the building at the scrapyard than to destroy it and then transport the goods. So I guess logistically it makes sense, but could you imagine sitting in traffic, looking over to your right down in the river, and you see a Hooters going underneath you?
So
As I
many
stare
questions.
wistfully from the tilted kilt.
As you Godspeed, you beautiful devil, you.
Yeah.
Anyway, rest in peace, Hooters. You were a very questionable establishment to begin with. Anyway, that's what I got for you today, guys. Let's get back to fast markets. We still have a lot of Topstep TV to go.
Yep.
Have a great weekend, y'all.
Thank you, James. Got some more headlines hitting here. Fed's cook. I have no further comment about the mortgage controversy beyond my prior statement. The White House is coming out. Welcomes move by Canada on tariffs. Again, Canada moving tariffs on U.S. goods. See what this thing wants to go higher. Doom's still in this thing. You're ready for the weekend,
Yes,
aren't you,
sir.
Doom? You went 10 rounds with this market
You
this
guys-
week. You are ready for the weekend.
I'm already ready for the weekend. You brought me a very funny but not so funny memory of almost crashing my truck, going by a kilt establishment. They had all the ladies outside on the balcony waving at the intersection. Yeah, almost ran the light. Almost ran the light. I think it was somewhere in Illinois. I remember. It was a long time ago, but
Where was it?
never forget that moment. I was completely hypnotized. Hypnotized. Market run.
Why were you hit?
We might run next week, might not. See what happens here. I'm still either now or that's the pullback that I was trying to short earlier. We're ranging. I'm keeping an eye for exhaustion. Maybe save a couple of bucks and cut it early, or I'm going to
So this
stick
might
with
be a
the
reason
stop
for
I
the-
have and potentially call it a day here if I get run out.
Might have a little
We'll see.
catalyst for some profit taken up here at these highs. Maybe. I've got headlines to
Lambo
just say.
boys.
Russia rejects Zelensky meeting as diplomatic tension simmers. We're not done. Markets are. We got headlines coming out. President is scheduled to make an announcement top of the hour.
Really
So,
quick, I got a chart of the day up right now if we go to my screens.
Okay.
I did not take any Cracker Barrel trades yesterday. Truth be told, I just forgot about it once we got off air. But it did rebound quite a bit, and that's kind of knee jerk. I don't want to be a long term Cracker Barrel holder. It's not in the cards for me. But usually, when you see one of these headlines that tanks it that much, I mean, if the business is sound or something, it will rebound. And this is before Powell talk this morning too, although it did pump and kind of return after that. But Cracker Barrel still not dead.
I believe,
That should be
there's
their
one
new
up in
slogan.
Gurney, right? There's one up by Six Flags. I think there was one up there.
Because you want to
Oh, I
stop
don't
and
think-
eat some like country fried chicken fried steak and gravy right before you
Whatever they
get
call it.
on the roller coasters. That seems like
Something
a bad
like
idea.
that,
I
yeah.
should run that. I should be the E CEO.
CME night, Great America was fantastic. Okay, we got gold off about $10 here. Gold rolling over a little bit. It's 34.12 last trade. We had highs 34.23. Little push here, little push.
I'm about out here.
23,591. ES
I don't know.
not taking the lead. Out.
You know that Cracker Barrel logo, even if you can't really see the billboard going down the highway just because it's so far away, you could have kind of made the figure of the cracker sitting with the barrel. Not anymore, I guess.
What was
Yeah.
I'm out.
that?
I would make the whole logo just the Cracker Barrel guy with the barrel.
Right?
Hey,
And
me.
put it with small
Hey, me.
font on the barrel.
You're saying we could have done a better job than that. And I agree. What's the president going to say? What is the president going to say at the top of the hour? It's very interesting.
Cryptic. It just says makes an announcement.
I know. What would the announcement be? What could it be? Tune in. After Cook, will he be pleased with what he heard from Powell today? Maybe Zelensky in Russia or TikTok. You just don't know. We talk about redecorating the ballroom at the White House. Just never
Could
know
be
here.
Lisa Cook and her mortgage.
Yep.
Could be any number of
70%
things.
short. 70% short in the NASDAQ. About 60 points off the highs now of 23,590 last trade there. ES not looking to push lower at all for the time being. We have that positive delta. Was it 15,000 plus 15,000? Means they're just lifting the offers. Aggressive buyers coming in and continuing to buy. Doom, you still in this? I'm sorry, did you cut?
Oh, me, I got kicked out.
Okay, all right. Doom is ready for that weekend. He's
I
got some.
kicked out. I was thinking about cutting it a little bit earlier, let it play out. Kick me out. Hey, waiting on the next one. If.
Go to you, Jack. Jack, thoughts on the rest of the trading day? I don't think we're done by any means. I think there's a lot more. I mean, look at the range here. We'd have a 600-point range in the NASDAQ today. We've got a 100-point range in the ES. Jack, I'm going to put you on. I'm sticking to you here. Are we going to make all-time highs in the ES today? Will we make all-time highs in the ES?
I'll do the hotter take and say no.
Ooh,
I like more likely to pull back to 64.70. I don't really have that many opinions on the all-time high. I'm more interested as a sticky point if we keep rallying up around here. 6,500 SPX. It is Friday. You have Powell speaking on weekly options expiration. That'll all be sorted out in power hour today. The thing with rates, there's always a knee-jerk move one direction or the other. People love to pile into it. I don't know. It's like the actual sentiment of what's going to be done hasn't changed that much. As I said, we went from like 70% to 90%, but Powell was much more dovish than we're accustomed to. I was kind of half expecting him to go out there and just be, Statler and Waldorf in one.
It was interesting that he referred to a year ago when he was out there a year ago. And this one, what was the time on this one? How long did he go for? Because last year was about 15 minutes.
It was
this one
long, man.
Yeah.
It was long. It had to be more. I wasn't looking at the time, but it felt like it was like 20 minutes at least.
He mentioned global financial crisis twice, and the market kept on running. So, info hat bullish.
Yep. All right, Doom, thoughts? You calling it a day after this? Thanks for jumping on, man. You've had a hell of a week.
Yeah, well, I'm down $750.
Okay.
Just waiting on the next setup. It's not clean continuation here. It's right in the middle of the range. If it comes, it comes. And if I'm around to take it, I'll take it. Otherwise, I might call it a week.
Yeah.
Have a nice heavy lunch. Take my afternoon nap time. This being a trader, I got to say, living the life, man. Enjoying your time. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. We might have that Trump feed. We might be able to bring the Trump announcement here at the top of the hour. We'll find out about that. Again, it makes an announcement. That's all it says in the Oval Office. In the Oval Office. That being said, Doom, hey, you are the comeback king. You are the comeback king when you get off fast market. You see it a lot.
As long as there are comeback conditions. There's comeback conditions. Yeah. Also, Monday could be a great comeback day.
I love it. Okay. All right. Let's get in here like a minute early so Ho can get in here for a morning recap. Jack, great job today. Doom, great job today. We'll see if we get that Trump thing in Trump announcement at the top of that thing. What's he going to talk about? Who knows? But he is making an announcement from the Oval Office. All right. We got morning recap coming up next. Doom, you the man. Thank you all week. Jack, I'll see you later today on Hop Quiz. With that being said, Topstep TV, let's go. Markets are moving today. Come on.
right, welcome to the morning recap. This may be a very short one. We're expecting some comments from the president. So as soon as that comes up, we're going to switch to him so we can hear what he has to say. Going to try and get through some of these charts. Gold opening range trade. You voted for the 5-minute opening range breakout trade. It got us short 5 micro gold 33.68.5. We ended up getting stopped out not too long after that, prior to the Powell speech here at 33.72.5, $250 loss. Take a look at crude oil now. We'll see when we get the president in here. When he starts talking, of course, we are going to switch quickly to that so everybody can hear. Here's the crude oil, opening at the highs of yesterday's range and value. We were in this trade for a long time. The 5-minute opening range trade got us long 5 and micro gold 63.72. We just got really stopped out of that not too long ago, just before 11 o'clock at 63.42, down $150. Now, Chairman Powell he had his speech today. A lot of folks are increasing the probability of a rate cut in September and possibly another one at the end of the year. So it has sent these markets into the skies, except for the one that we were long. We were short gold. Of course, we were out of that before that even happened. But let's take a look at what happened. As far as context is concerned, the market, yesterday we expected range-bound trade. We saw range-bound trade until the speech came out. When he started speaking, a lot of folks, including myself, were getting the feeling that he was looking a little bit dovish. Of course, we will get new information between now and the next Fed meeting, which is the middle of September. So, of course, they'll be watching those numbers. But right now, the markets are looking pleased by what he had to talk about. So, the market opened. As soon as he started speaking, the equities just screamed to the upside, going through 2 visual targets. The point of control down here, up here at 64.33 bam, walked right through that. Walked right through the single prints here at 64.53.75, 64.75. That is now gone. Walking right through another point of chill up here, 64.78. One of the things that we were looking at during fast markets was this has kind of solidified the validity of the weekly kickoff high from this week, 66.35. A lot of people think I'm crazy when I do that, but the market just put another measured move up to that level. So if we take the low from here to the high, all-time high that happened last week, we move that measurement from the lows of this week, trying to get this, there it is, the low of this week, it takes us right to the weekly kickoff high. So there's another kind of a confluence that the 66.35, when it gets there, is going to be a relatively important number, and we aren't going to be the only ones that are looking at it as well. What about NASDAQ? Well, we did have some activity in the NASDAQ. We had Doom. It took a short really early prior to the Powell speech. He was really just keeping things pretty close to the bone here. He was short 23.32 half, got out at 22.33 even, 3.33 even. Just a small loss there. He took a couple other small losses. I think Doom at this point of the day was down about $438. Took another short here. Got out of that. Mandy had a couple of nice little snipes while she was here with us today. Took a scalp long, made 300 on a scalp long between 23.598 and getting out at 23.612. So a nice little catch there, a little snipe for the sniper. Doom was long or up near the highs in the NASDAQ. And one of the things that I was, kind of pointing out was we were really struggling to hold above the initial balance high, which we've been able to do in large part in the S&Ps, but a little bit different. Why? What is this trend line here? This trend line comes off the daily chart. We have 1, 2, 3 points of contact. That is the level that we're looking at on the 30-minute chart that price actually really got really close to, touched, and has been having trouble getting through. There that same trend line is on the 30-minute chart. Very interesting trading day. We knew that this Chairman Powell speech was going to be a market mover. And we've seen some of our funded traders doing really, really well today. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of time for the quotable quote. Why don't we go ahead and do that, and we'll see if we get the president on the TV here very shortly. All right. Today's quotable quote, I think, is very apropos for traders. It is by Henry David Thoreau. We may be getting it up here in just a second, but I can always just talk about it. It is not what you look at that matters, but what you see. How important is that to traders, right? We're all looking at charts. We're all looking at the tools that we're using. It's in the way that we are able to see them that we're going to find success and profitability while we are trading. I think that's a really good quote. I hope that it says something to you. You know, in the mornings, most days, when I remember, I always tell everybody to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Being creative. Trading is as much an art form as it is a science, maybe even more so. So think about what you're looking at and the way that you're seeing it. Maybe you'll be able to increase your performance as we go on. So we are apparently still waiting for the president to come in. I think we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come in with the next segment, which is we've got a rising star coming up here with George trading extraordinarily well in 5 express funded accounts, 24,700 worth of profits, and actually payouts. And he's definitely somebody you're going to want to hear from. I'm looking forward to hearing from George, and we will be there with you in just a couple of minutes. So stick around, have the president on when he starts speaking, and then we're all going to have the chance to meet George. Looking forward to it. This is Topstep TV, folks. Stick around.
All right, welcome back to Top Step TV. We do have the president's speech coming up in just a little bit, but it looks like he's not at the podium yet. So we're gonna bring in a real star here, a rising star, George. George, welcome back to Top Step TV. George's second appearance on Top Step TV. How you doing today, George?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing well, doing well. Hoag, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. George is a Niners fan, looks like.
I am from the Bay Area.
Are you from the Bay?
Nice.
Okay, gotta represent the Bay. Gotta represent the Bay. George is a rising star with Top Step, trading in some XFAs. You heard Hoag mention it. George trading in 5 XFAs right now. George, how's your day been so far? Are you navigating this volatility? Are you trading in it? Just sitting out, kind of watching the show? What's been going on?
I did take 2 trades today. I'm up about 250 on 2 XFA accounts. I do have a bigger account, which is not on prop firms. And basically, I did make 5,000 on that pump right there.
Nice,
Today.
nice trading. Getting
But
long,
Nice.
was it NASDAQ or S&P?
Yeah, NQ. Yeah.
Nice, nice trade. Talk to us a little bit about it. What were you seeing? Did you get in before Powell? Did you trade, after, we see some of the volatility? It's a pretty nice move there, right? We saw the NASDAQ rally about
Yeah.
300 points right after Powell was speaking. So what was your trade?
No, I actually I saw a level. Was it 500? I think it was 500. Yeah, right here. This is where I got in. So it was after this initial pump right here. So basically, from 500, basically it's like 600. That's
Oh,
where I
very
got my
nice.
trade.
Very nice
Like
trade.
about 100 points. Yeah, yeah. But
Very nice
as you
trade.
can see here, I usually I also like to look at the 15-minute orb as well. As you can see right here. Right, this is the
Yep.
15-minute
That's
orb.
the
Yellow
box
box on
there.
your screen there.
Yeah. I have my own indicator that I use on TradingView, but I just kind of like put it on here on Topstep
Mhm.
X as well. These white lines you see right here are deviations, right? So this is 0.5 of that range, basically. So half that range of this orb.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I use these as targets as well. As you can see
Nice.
right
Are you
here. So this is 1 deviation. This is about right here is about 2, and this is 2.5, and then we came back from 2.5 to here, and then we started pumping again.
okay? So you're buying off that 2.5. Was that what your trade? Because that 2.5 kind of lines up with that 500 level there as well.
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
This one. Yeah.
Nice trade. Nice trade. You getting some love already in the chat, George. It says, "Love you, Diamond Hands." I saw the name
Yeah,
of
so
your YouTube
that's my
channel.
Discord name. Yeah, that's my
Okay,
Discord name.
tell us about
Yeah.
that a little bit. Where'd you get that name from? We were talking about nicknames the other day. Is it a nickname you gave to yourself, or was it given to you?
I would kind of, sort of, basically, I would hold a lot of, like I was telling you, I had a shorts overnight earlier.
Mhm.
I was up to like 500 on one of the XFAs, but it ended up reversing. So a lot of times I'll catch like an overnight trade, usually like between, like, it could be from like 2 hours to like, I think the most was like a 14-hour trade, until it hits like TP. Uh, a lot of them used to be crude oil. I used to trade crude oil a lot, and basically a lot of my trades were overnight. So that's where I got my name.
Do you find it hard to
Diamond
sleep?
Hands.
I set my stop loss. I set my TP, and I
Let it
take the
go.
trade and accept the outcome.
Yeah, it's an easy way not to overmanage the trade is be asleep.
Yeah. So I mean, if you don't have a stop loss, then yeah, you're probably watching it all night.
Oh yeah. Gotta have a stop.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
If you know how much you're going to lose when you put the trade on, it makes it a little bit easier to sleep. Anything you're seeing right now in the markets to potentially take a trade here? We got a 73% short tilt in the Nasdaq, 72% short in the S&P. We are seeing it pull back from the highs. Last trade in the Nasdaq 23,528. Anything you're seeing to take a trade now, George? Or
I would have loved to take this short at 558, maybe to like this right here, to this 500, 506.
okay,
I'm a little too late on it, unless we come back and pull back and take another retest on this level of 558. But I do see it coming maybe to here to 500. We could potentially see a bounce from here. Trying to see. Yeah, there's some orders on Bookmap. I see here right now. I use Bookmap as well as
Okay.
confirmation where the market might be going to. And I
Uh-huh.
do see
You see in there?
yeah, I'm seeing some orders down there at 500. So that's probably a potential target right here.
Nice. I'm looking
But
at
I
your
don't want
charts. They
I don't want to FOMO into the trade. So
Oh,
yeah,
that was
I hear
where
you.
that's where you took your long
Yeah.
earlier. Would you consider a long down there?
at 500, yeah, maybe. If I see this holding, I'll probably take, I'll take a nice little trade.
Okay.
But or unless we come back to 558, and then maybe I could take a nice short. Yeah. Sorry, I have another screen over here, another monitor.
That's all right.
So I'm looking at.
That's all right. I do the
Okay.
same thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at 3 different screens myself over here. So George, I'm looking at your charts. They I don't see a lot of indicators. It looks like everything that you put on there is, something that you drew on there, a lot of horizontal levels. Do you look at any other indicators? You keep your trading pretty simple. It's been working clearly. You're in those 5 XFAs and up a decent amount to start. So,
Yeah.
any other indicators or anything you use or just simple price
I
action?
do have my own, but it's on TradingView.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. So I have my own indicator that I worked on, and basically it does the same thing. It just plots the orb, and then it gives me these
Okay.
levels by itself. Yeah.
Got you. Nice.
It also yeah.
It's Go ahead. You were saying it also.
Oh yeah, and then I also mark like supply and demand levels as well.
Got you.
So, but those are marked by myself.
Uh-huh.
Nice. George, this is my first time meeting you. How long have you been trading? And I think you've been trading with Topstep for about 2 years. Is that right?
No, I mean I've been on and off. I'll leave and then
Okay.
come back. Yeah. I think since let me see, 2021 maybe 2020.
Okay.
I know I started when you guys had. I think it was a 10-year anniversary, which
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure.
Got you.
It was
Oh,
when
do remember that.
I
You were
was.
here for it.
Yeah, I kind of explained last time that it was a 2-step evaluation, kind of thing, in order to get funded, and it
Uh-huh.
wasn't 50% off. Everything was more expensive for maybe for a 150K. It was like 375. So yeah, but I've
Yeah,
been
that was
trading for 6 years.
it was 2022, the 10-year anniversary.
Yep.
Yeah,
2022.
yeah, yeah.
We
So
are coming back up to this 558 level here, George. I know you were saying you were potentially looking for a short up here.
yeah.
About 10 points lower than it now. 23,546 last trade in the NASDAQ. We did see that tilt. It was 72% short, back down to 60% short now. So maybe getting out of that position a little bit. Little pop here. Again, we are waiting for some comments out of the president as well. We will share those as soon as they are available. But right now, we got George potentially scouting a trade in the NASDAQ. Are you normally trading during this time, George? We got the morning out of
No,
the
I
way. You took some
usually
trades last
avoid
night.
trading. I like to trade from open, all the way to maybe 8:30. Sorry, I'm in Pacific. I'm in Cali,
In the
so
Bay. Right.
yeah, I'm in the Bay. So so market
Mhm.
opens at 6:30 in the morning. So I like to be done maybe by 8 o'clock. I try to avoid trading lunch hour usually. Usually I'm done within maybe an hour or two the market open. And then, as I was saying, I like to take some overnight trades as well, at night. So those are
Okay.
my time frames when I actually trade.
Nice.
Yeah, the West Coasters got to get a really early start if they're going to make the New York Open, don't they?
Yeah.
Seriously, Hoag. It's actually kind of nice though, because your day is over early. I spent some time out in San Diego for a couple weeks, a couple years ago, and you start your day. Your trading day starts at 6 o'clock in the morning, but then you're done by, in George's case, you might be done by noon, and then you just have the rest of the day kind of ahead of you. What do you do with the rest of your time, George? I see you're a soccer coach. You play soccer as well. What does it look like when you're not trading? Keep your eyes off the charts.
Yeah. So Right now, my son's in a soccer league. Yeah, so I
Okay.
train little kids, 4 to 6
Okay,
year
nice.
olds. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So
Well, that's fun.
season just started. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. I do that 3 times per week. So
Okay.
that's pretty much my day. I do some other stuff regard work, and then basically gym. Go to the gym. Yeah. I do run
Nice.
a Discord as well, so I help other students. One of them, he was here yesterday, Saul. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Saul is
Sure.
one of your traders from
Yeah,
yours,
we are
right?
like in a community together. Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, so
Very cool. Very cool. Shout out to the Discord. I see Saul in the chat right now. He's the one shouting out diamond hands.
yeah.
Good stuff. So how did that come about? You just, looking for trading buddies and then it grew from there. Uh,
I was
how did
part
that
of
work with your Discord?
the two communities, and then I was trying
Okay.
to like do my own thing, but I saw that there was a lot of basically no Spanish community helping other traders.
Okay.
So we do have a Spanish community in there. So I help
Oh, nice.
English and Spanish. Yeah, I can trade in both languages, so it's kind of nice.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, we do get some requests for that. We got Coach Ray here at Topstep who's bilingual, also speaks Spanish as well. But yeah, that's awesome, right? Because a lot of what we do is in English here. Trading at these
Yeah.
558s here, George, you were talking about. What
Oh yeah.
ultimately gets you to click the button in a short here, if you were looking for one?
I would love to see this close maybe underneath 558. I do see. Let me see here. 580. I see 535 now. Some orders as well. 500 still there. So I like this little rejection. I'll probably take. I could probably take this trade here.
Okay.
Let me see. I'll add.
If it fits your setup, right, we don't need to
Yeah.
force anything. But I just watching that level, we are seeing a market response to it, right? So a little bit of
Yeah.
a rejection. I think I kind of see what you're seeing here. And then you were targeting those 500s to the downside. 61% short tilt in the Nasdaq right now, so it did pare back just a little bit. I know you said you trade a couple different markets. When do you choose, right? You go with the Nasdaq today. I know you trade crude oil as well, the S&P. Is it just what the market looks like for that day? We chose crude oil this morning for that opening range trade. And I think we're still in that opening range. Oh,
No, we got stopped out.
did we? Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna see if I can take this trade here.
George,
We'll give
looking
some
for a
room.
short.
Yeah, you did get that 5 minute
All right.
or to close below that, huh?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Look at this.
It's looking pretty good. We got George short from 23,545 in the
Go
micro
for like
Nasdaq. Short.
yeah. I'm gonna go for maybe a 1-to-1 on here.
Okay. Now, is that partially also based off of your extension lines off that 15-minute?
Yeah. This extension line right here.
Uh-huh.
Also, this used to be a rejection area here as well.
Got it.
So we'll see if we can get this drop down to. I know there's orders at 525. So,
Yeah.
545. Yeah, I'm seeing 55 bid at 525.
yeah. Maybe I'll take one here. At least let me see.
S&P it looks like it's selling
did
as
you,
well.
How many did you take?
I took 2 micros.
2 micros. Okay.
Yeah.
Trade here so far. George short 2 micros from 23,545 in the micro Nasdaq. S&P selling just a little bit here too, 64.78 half. We got a New York session VWAP in the Nasdaq down at 23,494 and some orders sitting here. Do see that 50 lot at 23,552. It's a 60 lot now. Little hesitation at it, but 60 lots not a whole lot in the Nasdaq. We should be able to run through those if sellers are convinced. Go ahead, George.
I'm just gonna see if I can trim here. One at 25. And you see some
Right.
Go
orders
get
there.
that liquidity down there.
Yeah. And then I'll let the other one run.
We got some questions in the chat, George. Again, you were explaining it earlier. You look at a 15-minute opening range break, and the lines that are on your chart are deviations
They're
from that, right? So you're looking like
from that
a
orb,
2x
yeah.
of
So
that.
depending on how big the orb is, this is like pretty much like a range, right?
Right.
Right. So basically, this whole, if we look at it, let me see. I'm just gonna do this one. Right here, we see this is like 16 points, basically. Basically, it's just half of this range, right? So you can use that as a breaking point for your targets. Let's say if you want to get longs above the orb, right? Your first target would be that 0.5, right? And then this will be a full deviation, which is the full range of 116 points here, right? I'm also I like to look at the stats as well, as I do have like an engineering background, so I do a lot of back testing and stuff like
Oh,
that.
nice.
So basically, I also know that there's a lot of double breaks on the 15-minute orb using a stat software that I use. So basically, what
Okay.
that means is it means it breaks one side and it breaks the other side also,
The other.
right? So
Right.
sometimes,
Right.
so sometimes you'll see that basically the orb forms, right, and basically comes. Let's say it touches the low of the orb, but then it goes back into range. Then you can take a trade there if it closes
Mhm.
inside the range, and basically your first TP there will be half the range. So maybe this one right here, 264, right?
Mhm.
As an example. And then your second TP
Gotcha.
will be up here, 323, right? So there's on Tuesdays I know Wednesdays there's like a 58% chance of a double break. So you want to use those stats in your favor as well. So it
Okay.
seems like we hit TP1 already. I'm gonna lower my
Nice trade so
risk
far.
now.
I was just about to ask you about that. Do you once you hit that TP1, you're out of 50% of your position. Looks like you're moving.
Yeah.
You go break even, or you go break even plus a
I
little bit.
usually go break even. Yeah.
Okay.
I did go like lesser size just to basically the fact that I'm already up $500 on between
Right.
two XFAs. So I don't need to risk a lot especially I don't really trade on 9. So I'll just let it, go to break even. But if you did go, a little bigger size, then yeah, you're up a lot more than me.
Nice trade there.
But
Almost no
I do
drawdown on that trade.
yeah, I do see this going all the way to 500 though eventually.
Like our
But if it
friend
stops
VWAP
me
George would say,
out,
all roads lead to VWAP. That is where VWAP is 495. So I see you from VWAP George to George. That looks like a good target down there at those 500s. I agree with you there. But we got George short from 545. Took one off for 20 points. Almost no drawdown on that
yeah,
trade. Last one. Nice trade, man. The stat software that you use, George, is that Edgeful?
yeah, it's fun.
Okay, nice. Yeah, we
I
have a
wasn't
couple
sure if
traders
I
that
could.
use it.
I could.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't
We
sure
have
if
a
I
couple
could.
traders that use it. They've been on before.
Yeah.
They've been on Topstep TV before. Baron uses it all the time. Ton of great stats there, right? A ton of information about the
Yeah.
markets that you
Yeah.
trade. Like you said, you use the stats to your advantage.
Mhm.
You could build strategies around it. Do you use the Edgeful algo at all, or do you just you use the reports?
Just the reports and stuff like that.
Just the reports.
Like the
Yeah.
opening range breakout. Some IB stuff. I know. I do like the ranges. Like the orb. I know some people use the 5-minute orb. Some use IB, which is the initial
Right.
balance. Yeah.
Right.
So stuff like that.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Hoag.
Yeah. So I'm pretty much like I'm a range trader. Range trader. I think I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You got your stop hit at your entry point there.
Yeah.
but you did take some profits on that. So nice trade. Nice
Yeah.
trade. Added to the day a little bit there. That's always good.
Yeah.
Where did you learn about
Right.
IB and ranges and all of that?
IB. There's a guy. He's older dude. He used to trade a lot. He's retired, but basically he did a lot of IB, initial balance trading. So that's where I learned it from. It wasn't on YouTube or anything like that. Yeah. So it seems
Okay.
like the older guys are the ones that trade IB a lot.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean,
Yeah.
I learned about, profile and initial balance, all of that stuff, back in the late 80s, early 90s. And,
Yeah.
The guys who wrote the books on that are, in their 80s now. So I can see
Yeah.
that, it's, and it kind of cracks me up when people tell me how, well, it doesn't work anymore. It's no good. And, it all depends on how you
Yeah.
use it. But yeah, we're talking about Jim Dalton
Yeah.
and Pete Stottlemyre.
Yeah. Nice. That works.
All right. Let's bring in Gabe really quick here for some on this day today, August 22nd. We'll come right back to George and the charts. What do we got, Gabe?
All right, guys, we're taking a trip back to August 22nd, 1485, to the War of Roses that ended in England. Henry Tudor, the future Henry VII, defeated the Yorkist King Richard III in the Battle of Bosworth Field, on this date in 1485, effectively ending the Wars of the Roses and establishing Tudor's dynasty on the English throne. If you're not familiar with the Wars of the Roses, it took place from 1455 all the way to 1485. In English history, the series of dynasty civil wars whose violence and civil strife preceded the strong government of the Tudors, fought between the houses of Lancaster and York for the English throne. The wars were named many years afterward from the supposed badges of the contending parties, the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster. But that's going to be your trip back to history, 1485, August 22nd, to the end of the Wars of the Roses. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. George, I just put your Discord link in the chat there. So if you were looking for it, there is George's Discord. Who's watching right now? Is the whole Discord watching? Everybody tuning in?
Yeah. I think everybody there too. Yeah. I think the whole Spanish Topstep community too. I do
Okay.
spend my time.
Are you in the Topstep Discord also, or?
Yeah, I'm in the Topstep Discord. Usually I'm in the Spanish tab usually, or in the paid app or the from the trader
Makes
tab.
sense. It
Either
looks
one.
like that link didn't work, George. So if you can, if you get another link, if you can send it in the green room, I'll post that for you in the chat, and I'll also put George's YouTube in the chat as well, just so we have that. Yeah, and your dogs are saying what's up too in the background,
Yeah.
George. What are your shout out your dogs? What are their names? We can hear them.
Drizzy, basically. Saul, Maven, Randy. Randy's actually a really good trader, man. He took a 25K payout from Topstep. He's really good. He should come up here one of these days. He's really good. Yeah.
Very good.
Who else? Tank. We got Pam. Yeah. The whole anime team, Fufu. I think Saul mentioned a lot of them yesterday.
Nice.
The whole community.
Nice.
Yeah. Shout out to Alec too. She's like the admin on basically so the Spanish tab, keeping everybody on check.
Seeing the NASDAQ trade 23,551 right now. Last trade in the S&P 64.82 half. Gold trading 34.16. What a move we had in gold, Hoag. I know we were both kind of looking for a little bit of downside during the opening call, but Powell changed that. And that's what we said, Hoag, right? Powell has the potential to change these markets, right? Anything he says, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yes, sir.
What was that? A 60
We had
point move, $60 move in gold.
We had some of our funded traders do really well today. We had Shao up 26,000. We had Chi up 19.5. We got James up 16.3. Guan up 18. Nestor up 17. Kuno up 16.5. James up 16.3. Some some pretty good live funded days there. Some pretty big days. I'm sure some of them were able to really take advantage of that big move to the upside. I don't know how they can do it. Do they just quick point, click, and pray? You George, you had a level that you were looking for. It came back to it. You took the trade. It was a great trade. But those are some big, real money trades there. Real money.
Yeah.
Pro ball stuff.
Pro ball stuff for sure. All right, George, we took that one trade. NASDAQ kind of just consolidating now. I think you took what you could out of that move.
Yeah.
And, I think we wait a lot of times, and I think you said it, you don't trade during this session for a
No.
reason. We see it range often.
There's low volume. Yeah, low
Right.
volume is 9 o'clock, lunchtime. So if I do want to come back and take a trade, it would be like maybe after maybe 10 or like 1 p.m. East Coast time. Yeah, but I usually try to avoid the lunch hour.
I heard you mention volume. I mention volume literally every chance I get. Do you use it in your trading, or is it more so just seeing where high and low volume times are?
No, I don't use it as much. I think I use book map more than
price
I
levels.
use. Yeah, price levels, ranges. So,
Good stuff. Well, we are seeing the market start to consolidate. Go ahead, Hoag.
We're still waiting for the president to come out and talk. It's just showing the White House here. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. So I don't know. Maybe they're doing his makeup.
You know what, Hoag? He called Powell Mr. Too Late, but I feel like every time he's scheduled to speak, he's always late. We're always waiting for him.
Yeah, right.
Always waiting for him to come on. But
okay, I think I send the link if you guys need it.
okay. Link to
Yeah.
the Discord. You put that in the green room.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Got it there. Thank you for that, George. I'm gonna put George's Discord link in the chat again.
George, you want me to put your YouTube link in there too?
Let's throw it in there
Yeah, if
too,
you
Hoag.
want. Yeah.
There it is. Here's George's YouTube link. The Discord link that I have here.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Hoag. And before we get the president to come on, we got about 20 minutes. We got the president coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Let's run through that news. We're going to recap some of Powell's comments from this morning. Let's bring that in, Gabe.
Near maximum employment, and inflation, though still somewhat elevated, has come down a great deal from its post-pandemic highs. At the same time, the balance of risks appears to be shifting. In my remarks today, I will first address the current economic situation and the near-term outlook for monetary policy. I will then turn to the results of our second public review of our monetary policy framework, as captured in the revised Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply.
So it sounds like we are closer to that rate cut, Hoag. I'm looking at the FedWatch tool. This morning during the opening call, we were talking about 71% probability of a 25 basis point cut. After Powell this morning, we're back up to 90% probability. Again, that Fed meeting is September 17th. So in just a couple of weeks here, it's sounding like for now, of course, anything can and will change. But for now, it's sounding like we are going to get that cut. And the market seemed to like that, Hoag. Market seemed to like that. We're not at all-time highs yet, but we're pretty damn close here. Pretty.
Yeah, we tried. We tried.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of data to come out. He says it all the time. We're going to be very data dependent. And so, we'll see what the data looks like. I mean, the odds are much better now today than they were earlier today. To me, the feeling I got from listening to his speech was he's a little bit concerned that we may fall into um, stagflation, and I think that's been probably
Okay.
on their mind for a long time. But he's kind of feeling like that may be a little bit closer than we have been in that. So a little dovish today, and the markets loved it. We'll see what this information data coming for the next 2 weeks, and we'll see what that September 17th looks like. I'm hoping that they do.
We will be here to see what they do, Hoag. I'm sure, just like we had the watch party today for Powell's speech, just like we'll have a watch party for NVIDIA's earnings, we will be watching that Fed meeting as well. George, for you, how much do you pay attention to, fundamentals in your trading, or is it mostly technical? Right, we're day traders here. Are the fundamentals going to affect the markets? They are, but how much attention do you give to that when you're trading?
I do pay attention to it. Also earnings as well. So that's where I catch some of my trades as well with earnings. I use Nvidia, the big Max 7. Also, I don't know if you guys. I like to see the earnings report right. When market closes, like for example, Nvidia makes a nice push up. Let's say, I like to wait for the market to settle in after hours, basically. And if Nvidia goes up, right, a lot of times you're gonna see maybe NASDAQ push up overnight as well, right? So I'll usually take a nice trade overnight, basically to the upside. Yeah, there's a little tip for you guys.
Nice.
So you'll be watching NVIDIA earnings next week.
Yes, I will, and I'll take an overnight trade.
Okay, nice. Nice. We got NASDAQ still in this range, 23,545s. We did see George take a scalp out of this range, but if you're looking for much more than that right now, it's kind of hard to get it. The S&P trading 6481.50. Hoag, we're right below that initial balance high, up at 64.86, starting to look like a resistance a little bit on this 15-minute. Gold trading 34.1540, and crude oil 63.64 last trade over there. Markets consolidating just a little, not surprising, right? We saw all that action in the morning. Volume slows down, digest what happened. We could be seeing all-time highs pretty soon here. Go ahead, Hoag.
It was a pretty much a repricing event, right? And now the market has repriced, and it's just kind of digesting this area, this level. Equities, we've got a kind of a tight little range right at the high of the bigger session range for today. Just kind of digesting this information. Expended a lot of energy on the way up there. There was a lot of volume that came in up there. But yeah, I think it's pretty much repriced now. Where does it go from here is really the question that I'm asking.
It's a great question. Great question. It looks like all-time highs, right? Especially in the S&P, we're we're about 25 points off the all-time high in the S&P. You almost kind of got to think it acts like a magnet, but we do have that major 6,500 level above as well there. George, I want to talk a little bit about your your YouTube. What's going on over there on YouTube? Are you live streaming trades? Are you doing recaps? Try to get you some subscribers
A lot of
over there.
recaps.
A lot of recaps. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of recaps. I did like some basic overnight live session. I do got to do some more, but I usually do my live trading every day on the Discord. Basically, it's just like there's no lag, on Discord compared to YouTube. So we kind of like it more on Discord than YouTube. But I will be doing basically a video soon on basically how I got to where I'm at with my XFAs, basically.
Okay, nice. And these 5 XFAs, I want to ask you, do you copy trade them all? I see right now you're just trading the one account. Do you copy trade? Do you trade them all separate, different strategies? How do you approach that? Because
Yeah.
we talk a lot about entry and exit signals for trades, but account management over a longer period of time is really what we're trying to do here, right? So how do you manage those?
I trade them individually. I don't like to copy trade them due to the fact that anybody can go on tilt any day.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
if I'm copying trading all my accounts, right, and let's say I have a red day, that's times 5, right? So usually I like to take one account at a time. So basically, if I'm green, basically on 1 or 2 accounts, that's pretty much it. I won't touch the rest of them till like the next day. Yeah, so I don't like to
Okay.
copy trade, personally.
Good.
You said anyone can go on tilt. What does tilt look like for George? And then how do you get out of it?
Uh, for George, basically, one of the things is it's hard to accept a red day. Sometimes our
Okay.
ego, it's so high, and you're like, I can't accept this red trade. So basically, you keep on trading until your account blows, basically, right? Or oversizing. Yeah, I have max, scaling on every account, right? But if I do on tilt, I can easily just press that, that 10 minis or that 15 minis on any of them, and then go on tilt. And if it goes against me, then there goes my account, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's why I
Anyone can do it.
trade. Yeah.
So George,
But
Yeah, I think
you're teaching a lot of
yeah,
traders, and teaching them the right way. What is the most important thing that you say to a new person that's just beginning trading, that's coming into your Discord and learning from you? What's the most important thing you would say?
I think education, trying to get educated on the markets, back testing before trying to get into an eval. I know a lot of them see the money and see that maybe it's so easy, right? But I've been doing this for like almost 6 years, so it's a long process basically to get to that point. So I would say basically get educated first before starting out. Another thing is with psychology is uh, trading isn't about being right; it's being able to stop when you're wrong.
I like that.
being able to stop when you're wrong. I think Dakota put a quote in the I guess a quote from Slow Markets last night. Be wrong from the right place. Following your setup, right? Knowing when you're wrong, right? And it's not that your strategy is wrong or anything like that. It's just the market doesn't agree with what I saw, right? And accepting
Yeah,
that, right? Where it's not gonna happen all the time. There's a percentage of even if you have an 80% win rate strategy, right? There's a 20% time that that's not going to work, right? And if we
yeah,
can't accept that 20% happens, because I don't know of anyone that has a 100% strategy. Uh, you could blow an account, right? You could win 99% of the time. If that one costs you your account, then it really doesn't matter. So
yeah,
accept being wrong, accept knowing when your strategy is wrong, for sure.
yeah. It's only takes a couple minutes to blow your account. So
Yeah, yeah, it
yeah,
really does.
So
Really
how
does.
does a
sometimes
person get
we can be
educated?
trading for like a good month. Have a good consistency over a month, but it only takes
And then
a couple
wham.
minutes to blow. Yep, and there
Uh,
goes all your progress.
is it screen time that's most important in education, or books, or watching you? What's the most important way to get educated? What's the best way to get educated?
I think probably uh, I would say someone that's actually already consistent in the markets, and also
Uh-huh.
a lot of I do I do come from engineering background, so I do a lot of back testing, like 6 to a year. Data is what I usually like to do, and see if what you're doing is going to be profitable in the long run. Obviously, there's no emotions when you're doing paper trading. Obviously, you can do like as many contracts as you want.
Right.
So
Sure.
once you're ready, at least then try to do an eval, at least to have some emotion.
Good stuff. We got a couple minutes left here. George, what do you do after trading? It's Friday. You made some money on the weekend plans to kind of get away from the markets a little bit, right? We try to remind people as well. It's like if your life is the charts, You can kind of get consumed in this thing, right? So what do you
Yeah.
do to separate on the weekends, get away for a little bit?
Well, I do have soccer practice today, so I'll be doing that.
Okay.
uh,
Yeah.
I usually spend time with my son. I have a 5-year-old. Basically, also gym. What else? I like to answer a lot of questions on my Discord as well. Some of the
Okay.
students there. But basically, I like eating. I do like eating, so
There you go.
usually like to go to a nice restaurant or a Brazilian steakhouse. That's probably my favorite. With
Okay,
Nice.
nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Soccer practice. My nephew just started playing soccer. My brother's coaching him. My brother's never played
Before
soccer a day in his life.
trading, I
so-
used to be into cars before trading, like a lot, like
Okay.
working on cars and stuff like that. But now trading,
Nice.
consume all
Classics.
that time. So, no, more like Euro and JDM. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, we're all three coaches. I was a baseball.
Oh, and I used to ride
baseball
for like
coach,
7 years.
soccer. We got a basketball coach in Jay.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, they could call us for the Olympics, Hoag. Whenever they want, we
Yeah.
could coach. We could coach whatever sport they need. Coach whatever sport they need. All right, we are gonna wrap here in just a little bit. Again, the president is scheduled to speak. We don't see him yet, but as soon as he is available, we will bring it to you as well. George, anything you want to say before we go for the day? It's been great trading with you. You know, we figured out a 20-point trade in this range. Anything you want to say before we go for the day, George?
Shout out to the whole community. Also shout out to Topstep for bringing me. I think Topstep, it's one of the best prop firms. I'm sure like a lot of them that are here are in Topstep. Never been
For
denied
sure.
a payout. It's always evolving, making the the prop firm better. So I really like that. So shout out to you guys too. I think you guys are probably number one on there.
George,
And I think
last question for you. Do you watch Topstep TV?
I do. I watch you
Who's
and
your favorite?
Dakota. Who's my
Who's your
favorite?
favorite person on Topstep TV? Yeah, gotta ask. You can say Hoag, it's okay.
No, I think between you and Dakota is probably you.
I appreciate that,
So-
man. I appreciate it. You might be
Yeah.
the first person that ever said that. I don't know if it's because I'm on air with you. Everyone says Dakota,
No,
but for
no.
good reason. For good reason.
It used to be
Uh,
Dakota, but then you grew on me, so now you're number one.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. All right. For the next segment, we got Coach Robert coming up with one of his technical titans, Narek, for Lunchbox Trading with JD. Actually, Hoag, are you on air for the rest of the day?
No, that's it for me. I'm going to be cutting out shortly here, but it's always a pleasure to be with you guys. George, it was very nice to meet you. We're glad I got the chance to hang out with you. And as always, glad to hang out with all of you.
Absolutely, Hoag. You have a great weekend, George. You too. We got Coach Robert coming up with Narek
too.
and JD. Stay tuned. We may have an important update to share for all of you that were asking about the Topstep VIP. Patience pays. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.